everybody? It is Wednesday Night Lights here on the CMS Esports and STEM League channel. We appreciate you coming through and hanging out with us again. Bear Light, your host with us today, is Hail Monkey Man, getting his call up to the A stream to hang out with us too and chat a little bit of Rocket League on this side and a little bit of STEM on this side too. Hail Monkey Man, welcome to the stream, man.
It's a wonderful Wednesday. It's great to be able to see some more high school esports and, of course, always to be alongside yourself, as well as the great competition that we've seen over the past few weeks. I got to have a breather in the middle of it, and I got to tell you, Bear, I needed it, even if it was just for a birthday. But these kids, these students, these players have been fantastic from week to week. I can't wait to see more of this competition.
100%. To be able to balance these two things, right, the STEM portion and the Rocket League portion, it's pretty impressive, and it's very good at preparing these students for what they might see in college. Because I know for me, time balancing was difficult, right? You could choose to sleep, you could choose to study, or you can choose to play games. And to do all three, or any level of competition, all three of those, balancing the time to do that is super difficult. And for us, I do agree. I think these players have been really strong so far on both fronts.
Yeah, it's been kind of a wild one, too. I know that, we've talked about this in the past before on separate streams, but being able to do all of that and get your work done and get good grades, which these students have really showcased that they can do. They're getting judged from week to week based on the projects that they're doing. So there's a lot of extracurriculars that are getting accomplished, and they're doing it in a very timely fashion. So, you know what? Kudos to you for being able to do literally all this. I know I can't handle it right now. I'm an old man. You guys are young, and being able to just have all this energy is great.
Exactly. And being able to understand everything that goes into the coding part in that portion, so difficult for us boomer brains, but for you all, you've been handling it perfectly. So keep that hard work up. And for those of you who might be slacking on a little a day-to-day basis or trying to pull yourself out of a funk, we encourage you to just get in there, dive into the weeds, right? Figure it out, and you will find success. We know it. We believe in you all as well, and we appreciate the work, time, and effort you put in on a regular basis. Let's get into what we'll see here tonight for the CMS Esports and STEM League, starting with the A stream. And check out the schedule now as we start off things on the West Charlotte versus Philip O'Berry front. Although the Rocket League teams will not be participating here tonight, we will see a bit of their STEM portion between those two teams. That'll kick it off here momentarily. Then we got CLT Virtual facing off with Mallard Creek. Creek looks to bounce back. That'll be a good one. And then Rocky River, a bit of a surprise win last week. I know you got to see that on the beach stream over there last week. Hail Monkey Man, they're facing off with Myers Park, which is going to be a very tough task.
It was Mr. Bepic and I that have been really talking about who is making their way through this table. And, you get your utensils, you get your plate, but now you're going for the meat and potatoes that's right in the center of it. And that's exactly where Rocky River and Myers Park are sitting themselves. A nice little winning streak of the last couple of weeks for Rocky River Ravens as they continue to fly high. And yes, it was a surprise, but also I want to see what those Bulldogs are going to be doing this next week. And right after that matchup, we get to see maybe if there is a rebound after a Game 5 loss by Butler. They're going to be taking on, it's a dogfight with the Huff Huskies as they're going to be taking them on in a one-loss, kind of competition. But right after that one, it's kind of like our main event of the night as JT Williams would be facing off against Olympic, two teams that are sitting at the top four.
And they have been for the first couple of seasons, right? We considered this season 1, but season 0 is where we kicked off in the CMS Esports League. And so it's so exciting to see these two teams continue it throughout, being the name of the game. These two teams undefeated, sitting at 4-0. So to see them live is going to be great. And I haven't gotten to witness Olympic yet this season because they've always been on the B stream. To see them on the A stream and face off against such a strong team like JT Williams is bound to be a good one. That kicks off at 8:00 p.m. Eastern time. And then, of course, we've got Independence in South Mech to finish us off. Independence has had a decent start to their season, winning the first 2 matches that they played. They've had a tough schedule since. It's been Olympic and Garinger after that, where they did take a win, which was pretty impressive from their standards. So, but they did end up dropping that series. They're at 2-2, but so is South Mech. Now with Skimmett, one of the best players in the league. And they're at that 2-2 mark. That being said, South Mech has faced off with Ardrey Kell and JT Williams and lost both of those. That might be the reason why. That will finish us off for the A stream. We also have Stream B coming up as well. Of course, that'll be your boy Bepic over there hanging out and holding things down on the B stream too. Captain Itsuka is scheduled to join him as well. That kicks off at 5:15 with East Mac versus Harding. We've got 6 p.m. matchup between Charlotte Engineering. They're facing off with my alma mater here in Charlotte with Providence High School. And then a banger of a match again at 6:45, Hail Monkey Man.
Oh man, Olympic and Audrey Kell. I mean, so Olympic has the chance today. This is one of those weeks where you get to play a couple of matches, and lo and behold, it's against all undefeated squads. So they have a really big chance to really establish themselves and separate themselves from everyone else in this competition to be able to, you know what? We're the Trojans. We're going to be able to hold this line. We're going to be able to slam you down and take you down. But it's going to be very tough. Audrey Kell has been able to get the job done, only dropping one game. But I could say the same thing, and even better about Olympic, who hasn't dropped a single game over the past month of gameplay for this high school matchup. So this is going to be a fun one. Garinger and Palisades are going to be set to follow. Garinger has had a pretty good season so far, as the only one they've lost to, guess who, is Audrey Kell. And then Northmeck and Hopewell will be hoping that they can be able to find their first wins on the season. So as we see these weeks go along, Bear, all these squads have really started to kind of fan out, see who was prepared, who's been able to adapt, who's been able to improve, and same thing with their STEM squads, who've been really cool to see too.
Yeah, exactly. On both sides, they're really stepping up their game, especially from last season, which was, of course, named Season 0 because it was the kickoff season, right? A lot of these kids, in fact, these programs just began their esports programs and brand new, right? So not knowing what to expect to some level, but they've been doing a great job, and they've been improving ever since, and that's really what we've been looking at in Season 1. Who's been able to really take what they've learned in Season 0 and move it into Season 1? And for those who just now joined us at Season 1, those schools have been killing it as well, because they've really seen the other schools lead by example. You're absolutely right. It's been phenomenal. Olympic, tough schedule on the Rocket League side, Hill Monkey, man. I mean, they've got the two biggest names in the league, and they played them both here tonight. I mean, Olympics facing off with Audrey Kell on one side of the coin, and then on the other stream, they're facing off with JT Williams. This is an opportunity for them to go and really establish dominance if they need to, but their schedule hasn't really been that strong up until this point. So do you expect them to stay at this perfect, 4-0 and then eventually move to 6-0?
If there is anything that I've seen about this squad, I remember seeing one of the vets of Dabine on Olympic from the previous Season 0, and I was like, okay, this is kind of that glue, that anchor that you really build upon. It's been Ginger Ace all the time. If there's anything I know about Ginger Love, look at this beard. It is here to be weird. It's also to see people like Ginger Ace pop off. That is the kind of player that they need to build around, Bear, and they have done so with absolute high-flying acrobatics and an absolute want to be able to get to the back of the net. Same thing for Babytron Lover. They have been so consistent playing from the floor and being able to just grind out that midfield. So I believe in Olympic, even though they haven't faced the steepest of competitions. Today is a measuring stick day. Now, to their credits, they have to face off both. This is basically a playoff situation. Not that they would be let down if they were to lose both, but this is one the coaches say, okay, this is where a lot of work has happened. You've had a month to prepare. Now let's see if you can actually bring it to the pitch and be able to have yourself against some big stick competition. I think that they're ready to lay it down tonight.
I think so. I mean, Ginger Ace was also involved in that Season 0 and was a goal scorer, tried and true, right? It knew their role. It also had Dabine set him up constantly, right? That passing effort between those two members of Olympic have been great. I've seen a Babytron player, Babytron Lover rather, play just one time, and it was during the season because he's brand new to the squad. Apparently, he's been adding something great over there on your side of things. 4-0 currently, like we mentioned. We'll see if they can keep it up. But again, they got Audrey Kell. They've got the Barris and Rux combination, which is arguably exactly that same combo, the Ginger Ace and Dabine combo. Maybe even a little bit stronger. I mean, there's a reason why they come in #1 and look to continue to be so.
Yeah, that's very, very true. So, hey, you know what? Today, depending on how it goes, we can see a lot of separation, but we could also see maybe a 1-1 affair. So, either way, we got some big teams that are going to be going at it. But, of course, as we sort them all out, I've seen a lot of great stuff, Bear, of these STEM programs. Honestly, it's been super cool to see what these kids can do when it comes to the programming side, to be able to have the creativity side. I get to see so many games. I'm like, this is awesome. Having to run away, having the I guess the creative mind of some of the dungeons that have been conceptualized, and then some being provided a reminder that you got to be able to make progress along the way. Now, there have been a couple different schools that have also taken a different creative route. They're saying, we have the majority of all of this done. Now we're going for the more artistic side because the foundation is supplemented and we're good. So I want to see how much that continues, because they're doing some real world applications out here, both in apps and in games, that look like it could be able to be used in real life industry.
And we say it all the time whenever we cast for Stay Plugged In, which is, for those of you who don't know, it's the organization that is a true platform for high school esports students who are looking to compete at the collegiate level. So check out Stay Plugged In, one of our close friends there. In that, with Stay Plugged In, we talk about it all the time. Man, we wish we had, Rocket League in college when we were going, so that way we could land scholarships, maybe, if our gameplay was strong enough. But either way, the foundation is laid there. But think about the applications, the real-world applications that you can have through the STEM portion as well. It's been phenomenal. You're absolutely right. I mean, they've been doing good work there too, and to have a program like this where you get to accomplish both, or at least fine-tune both, has been incredible. We thank all the great sponsors who've been with us here at the CMS Esports League and continue to support this cause and help the students here of Charlotte, North Carolina, CMS schools specifically. We appreciate everything that you all have done for us as well. Let's get the opening ceremonies kicked off now with our national anthem coming up now. Right, back with you here. It is game time between, like we said, West Charlotte kicking off on one side. I actually got to coach West Charlotte in Season 0, so to see them continuing on and doing big things, it's great. Love to see it. They're facing off with Filippo Berry here. Like we mentioned, the Rocket League side won't be played tonight, but what will be played is the STEM portion, right? And for both of these squads, it's all about what they've been able to build here. So far, West Charlotte comes in. This is their first time doing STEM. I thought they've been doing a good job. I mean, it's very along the lines of what I imagine that you like to play, Hail Monkey Man, with that intellectual card game, if you will, type style. So let's see what West Charlotte put together here for their submission on the STEM side for week number 5.
Welcome to the West Charlotte STEM team again. Glad you could join us for, week 5, is it now? No matter what week it is, I'm glad you're back for us. Today we're going to be reviewing Filippo Berry's abduction, which is really concerning since it's really high effort. So, without wasting any more time that I don't have, let's get into the game. Going into the game, the graphics look pretty good. They remind me of an old DOS point and click like Sam & Max. It gives me the eerie and creepy vibe the entire game is going for. Probably going to be an escape the room type of game since there's 2 arrows on the side that moves the screen when your mouse hovers over them. However, since it's a work in progress, nothing is clickable. And I'm assuming there is supposed to be footsteps in the game. Footsteps don't appear in the game. Well, they're not heard in the game. I haven't played long enough to hear the footsteps in the game, or it's not added in the game yet, which is kind of weird since it was in the video. Nonetheless, it's a pretty ambitious showing from Filippo Berry so far. I feel as though if the footsteps were added in, and the game over screen was added in, and the clicking part was added in, it'd probably be a pretty good demo. However, it's simply just a work in progress.
So West Charlotte kicking us off on the STEM portion there, bringing their creation to a 3D world, which is always pretty cool to see them and how it's developed from a 2D game to a 3D game. I mean, that's not an easy step to take.
It's really not, honestly. It's one of those things you kind of look all the way back into old school Doom and really how that you take that 2D landscape and able to put yourself in there. Now, you don't have kind of that depth of movement, but you have the ability to kind of really elongate the world. Kind of reminded me of a bit of Nancy Drew, a bit of the mystery to be able to go into that style of game. So I like that idea, and I like what they've done with it.
Awesome stuff from West Charlotte. Well, of course, their opponents are going to be Philippa Berry, and they have their submission as well coming in. I mean, they've been hot in Season 0, bringing all sorts of great submissions. We'll see if that continues again into week number 5 of the Sim Challenge.
Hello everybody, I am the King Bean from Philippa Berry's game dev team reviewing West Charlotte's Legend of the Cards. And from what I see here, just purely gameplay-wise, just the movement speed of reaching the opponents is fairly nice. I don't have to slowly crawl my way over to where I want to go, and I don't feel like I'm going to lose control of my character. It's very well paced, very well movement. The overall card placing aspect is fine. Nothing really to complain about when it comes to grabbing your own cards and then moving them over to the proper spot. Of course, it's really just a visual thing about your cards not being completely placed on top of your current square, but just disappearing. But that's just a personal thing, as well as my gripes with it being all UI based, as in not seeing my current health bar or my opponent's health bar, which kind of takes away from the suspense and is just useful game information to know, as well as the ability to see my opponent's cards kind of takes away as much strategy. The ability to not know what they have is a really great thing to have for suspense. But overall, it's a good game, and I can't wait to see what else they have to offer in the future.
Always want to get off to that strong start. And I might have had him backwards, Philippa Berry, with the card game here in this one. So, was it up to par, Hill Monkey Man? What do you think about the game so far?
You know what? I've been playing a lot of card games recently, and I gotta say, I am all in. Sell me some booster packs. I want to be able to spend all my money on this one. I love the idea that really it's just kind of playing almost into a war concept. As if you guys don't know what that is, it's just higher number goes. But also, I love the sprites that they've been able to make. It's not exactly your traditional, but they have at least the make and models that they've been able to develop, and that's something that the judges were asking for development thereof, and be able to find a fluid model for those for the card game. So really well done so far.
Those simple concepts like the Game of War, for those of you who don't know, the card game where it's just winner takes all, or the highest number wins. I mean, I still play that to this day. I think it's still highly entertaining, as simple as it is, right? It gets so much engagement, and there's a reason why you love it. It's because you never know what's going to happen to you in that randomized situation. So it can be pretty fun. So love seeing what they're going on their end. West Charlotte, also arguably a very strong game in their own regards, seeing as they are brand new to the CMS Esports League. Now, that being said, who did it best? We got to figure that out. So let's go over to the Stim desk now and find out what the judges had to say about these two submissions.
It's week 5 varsity STEM showdown. And ladies and gentlemen, week 5 is one of my all-time favorites as we enter the game development track between West Charlotte and Philippa Berry. Why is it my favorite, you asked, Malcolm? Let me tell you. It's because this is where, for the first time, the teams exchange hands with their games, and it's not totally controlled and everyone just showing us what they want. It's somebody else actually playing it. UAT, user acceptance testing, and it's an opponent who's there to show you some of the greatest flaws and problems that they see. Is it truly playable? A lot of the questions we've asked. Well, we're going to find out. Let's start with West Charlotte, my friend. This is that escape room review. Nothing seemed clickable as we were watching it. Didn't hear the footsteps. Again, listening to the previous pitches was one thing this UAT team, review team did, which is great. And then they noticed that wasn't there and was supposed to be there. They showed us stuff that really should have been there that we have thought was there. And that is a problem right there.
Yeah. I thought they gave really good feedback. One comment, how many tabs do you have open on your screen as you're showcasing this video.
Mm.
I would maybe crop that video a little bit, so we can see what you're focusing on there.
Mhm.
That's my only main critique, but a lot of really solid feedback. This is going to be one of my favorite games to play.
If it's playable.
If it's playable.
Right, I think that's key, and that brings us to Philip O'Barry, Legends of the Cards, right? Positive feedback there on the movement speed. That was great to see. Again, what my question is, like, do the cards actually work? We've always kind of wondered when it was being showcased to us. Now that it's in another team's hands, I still couldn't quite see, all right, is that how that works? I'm not sure. Like, how do you play it? And then the health bar was another great point. The playability. This is pretty soon going to be in other people's hands. This is, again, week 5. Spring break next week. Week 6 is the last time, 2 weeks of making all their final changes and then launching it to the public. It's got to be playable at that point. So it was good to see it. I still have questions on both of these.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they gave really solid feedback, and the intro. I love when a team has a really powerful stinger intro like that. Almost overshadows their brand over their other teams. It's gonna be really tough to score these going forward, but I think they both gave really solid feedback in this case, and I'm gonna go 1-1.
Oof, good copping it. Well, I think I've got to go 1-1 as well with this final piece of guidance. This is the last point in time that you're kind of going conceptually up against each other, week 5. Because you got spring break week, like I said, and then week 6. So 2 weeks to do all your final adjustments. And now it's all about launchability, playability, functionality, how many people are playing it every single day. So we're going to see an awful lot change after this day right here. So I think that's a fair way for us to end, knowing there's no more gimmies at this point. That leaves us at 2 West Charlotte, 2 Philip O'Barry.
So love the work that they put in. And I love the tie as much as the next individual, because that means that both sides of the coin, right, both teams, both STEM teams, have put in a lot of effort into what they're doing. Otherwise, Tark doesn't give you that a freebie, right? That's very rare that happens. And so, in addition to that, we talk about how, I guess, you can say the same for Star-Lord over there. So, having the 2-2 tie is great, but I also want to see it also indicates to me that, one side hasn't stepped up enough to just absolutely wow us to the point where, they can take that third point, the additional point, if you will. And so I'd love to see a little bit of extra effort put in order to find a team that actually goes above and beyond when we see a 2-2 tie.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that I'm not in on the judging for this, because sometimes you really kind of give more reward to a team that just seems to be killing it from week to week. But the good news for these judges, they've really taken into account the individual progression as well. What have you done in a comparative view for your current app or game to be able to progress it from week to week? But they don't snub the idea that there's just a flashier, more finished product. If you're able to continue improving, that's good as well, because that's something that's going to be done on the technical side whenever they fully launch these products, and something that will continuously need to be done. You guys have played on broken games before, and that means there's always a day one patch. So if we get these guys and these devs to be able to continue doing that, then hey, they got a good team with them. It just means that they have to grind it out. And like they said, this is one of the last times that we're going to see these STEM teams conceptually, quote unquote, go against each other, which means it's all about how they launch later on. And, so far, both these teams are kind of in the middle. You definitely have to find a final form that can separate you from the rest of the pack.
And, the strengths of some of these schools or some of these students in general, not all the students are going to have the same strengths, right? And so for some, coding might not be the 100% end-all be-all, right? Obviously, you want to learn and have that structure, but a lot of these students are going to be very good at selling it, marketing this game, right? And so, obviously, you want to have a strong game from the get-go. That's going to be the foundation of your product. But then getting out there, right? Launching your game, making sure that people know about your game, right? Getting out in marketing, being unique in that fashion. There's going to be students that are much stronger on that side, too. So some of these schools that might not be, as strong on that coding side quite yet are learning the foundations for coding, so that way they can take and understand the coding of others and be able to put that into practice. And I think that's super cool, seeing that you have students with all sorts of strengths all across the board, across CMS.
Hey, you know what? That's something that you see across the entirety of most industries. Same thing with esports. It's not just about us getting up here saying words, car ball goes zoomy fast. It's also about the software engineers, the sound engineers, the graphic designers, everything and more. And so STEM is much the same way. So kudos for what has been done and what will be done in the future. And so both these teams doing great jobs. I do like the idea of the escape room concept. I thought it was really cool. And of course, the card game. I can't wait to be able to be first in line to be able to find, get those booster boxes. So please tell me where they are. I'll buy all of them, please. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, but in the words of Hail Monkey Man, when we come back, we'll have car go ball vroom vroom after this quick break. Don't go anywhere, everybody. with you here on the CMS Esports and STEM League. We've got Charlie in the chat now. Charlie, welcome to the stream, buddy.
Hey, man. Thanks so much for having me, Bearlight.
Always a pleasure to have you for sure. We've got Hill Monkey Man in here too.
Monkey
looking
Man,
sharp
good to
with
be
those
on with
glasses, man.
Hey, it's great to be here. And of course, it's great to see the man that's been throwing all the cool stuff in the chat to me. I didn't know who you were, but now you're right there. Cool.
Yeah, I was in a coach's VC a little while ago, and they're like, "Oh, that's what you look like." And I was like,
Sorry.
"I'm here."
Well, Monkey Man, you're looking great over there, even though the oranges don't match. How do you feel about that?
You know, this is from Valentine's Day, so it's red. So maybe my camera's just messed up, but it's fine. Look, I'm giving some double heart love. So love in the chat for Charlie Chatman. Okay, all right. Yeah.
And love for all of you that have been playing your hearts out on a regular basis. We have a special announcement. We have an all-star event coming up. Charlie, you're here to talk about some more details for us.
That's right. So next week, everybody knows it's spring break for CMS. Hope everyone stays safe and has a great time on vacation. We will not have regularly scheduled matches next week. Hopefully everybody already knew that, but just in case. But what we are going to be doing is All-Star Week. So the coaches have been asked to nominate one player from each of their respective Rocket League and Valorant teams. And we're going to ask everybody in the server and watching here on the stream to vote and create the All-Star teams. Then we'll play some matches both in Rocket League and Valorant, record them, and put them on the stream maybe early the week after spring break when everybody comes back. So for all those players that have been out there grinding, looking forward for a chance to play with the best of the best this district has to offer, this is your chance. And for everybody out there watching, got to vote for your teammates so they can represent your school, or vote for yourself if you're one of the people that's nominated. So we'll be doing obviously 2 teams of 5 for Valorant, 2 teams of 3 for Rocket League. So and then we might have some other fun stuff in there. Maybe a coaches versus coaches match. No promises, you know. Maybe some of the other people from production will get on there at some point. You never know, but yeah, that's All-Star Week. We're gonna have some fun with it.
Casters versus Top Dogs, perhaps on some.
Oh,
Rocket
there
League?
you go. There you
we
go.
might be able to take you on there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure as long as I get Princess Pickles on my team, then I think we're good.
Princess Pickles.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go. Very curious. It begs the question: who is Princess Pickles?
Oh, you know her.
Okay.
Julianne?
Julianne. Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. Princess Pickles.
Yeah.
The more you know.
Yeah, the
Yes.
more you know, the more you know. So anyway, well, we've got some Rocket League action tonight and some more STEM stuff. So
That's right. Let's
let's
get
do
to the
it.
next one. So we've got CLT Virtual facing off with Mallard Creek here for this first matchup on the Rocket League side. Of course, they'll be facing off in STEM as well. We'll have a STEM matchup going on at the same time. In fact, we've got CLT Virtual and Mallard Creek here on the pitch now. So
Nailed that
kicking it off
timing.
now. 5 minutes on the clock, and we are underway.
Getting right into it. In blue is going to be CLT Virtual. Mallard Creek hanging out in orange. And both these teams right now, Bear, they both have 1 win on the season, both with a couple losses and more, a little bit more for Virtual Creek, as this one was actually a bye week for Mallard Creek. I combined their names together, so that all kind of worked out. But I definitely want to see what a measure of I guess, progression they've been able to find. Well, I guess everyone collaborating into the black hole. No one will survive it, and that's going to be an early score for Virtual.
Yeah, Virtual on the board first, and here on paper, we talked in the pregame a little bit about these two teams. Mallard Creek, on paper, they should be the ones holding it down, and sure enough, they were able to even it at 1 before I could even get that next statement off. So, I mean, credit CLT Virtual with the strong start, but Mallard Creek.
Like, just find a quick response. That's something that has to happen a lot. You do not have the availability to really kind of putz around. You don't have to be able to find it almost off of the rip, but they will get that one very, very quickly as CLT Virtual will be able to find one. And this has been a lot of scoring here in this first minute. Usually you want to see teams settle in, settle down, but none of these teams are trying to settle to being slow. They want to go very, very quick here, Bear.
They are. You're constantly just pushing at it. In CLT Virtual, you know, maybe you were thinking, hey, this might be a fluke goal right off the bat. Kickoff goal for the most part, but that's 2. Now in a row, back-to-back, and they're up 3-1. Goal scoring after goal scoring here at CLT Virtual, getting on the board early and often.
Bit of a speed run right now to see how quickly that scoreboard can really lift up, and they're going to find a 4th. Okay, so for 2 teams that have been looking for some success here inside of the first month, they go to week number 5, where we currently sit right now, Bear, and CLT Virtual trying to really establish themselves, and they do it in, what, 64 seconds to get 5? That's wild.
And we just got word from Prod Virtual is in orange and Mallard Creek in blue, which explains a little bit about why we're seeing such a pop-off from CLT Virtual. Yes,
Okay.
Mallard Creek has the advantage. They've been very good so far and strong. So we'll look to get those names switched if we can here, but they are right now. So Mallard Creek up to that 6-1 mark. I was about to say, they've been absolutely overperforming. Credit CLT Virtual, though. They were able to tie it up right off the bat, right, and make it 1-1, but Mallard Creek has taken off ever since.
Okay, I thought this was a brand new team, brand new roster, brand new kind of look from the likes of Mallard Creek. But sometimes brand new just has to take an entire season to have to happen. We already have a Brazil just within the first 100 seconds of play here for week number 5. As we promised you some good action. It just was CLT Virtual, or rather Mallard Creek, that was looking to be able to start things off hot. So CLT Virtual was in fact they found that early response. Can they be able to get another here? No, we're just racking and stacking the extra points.
Yeah, absolutely. And so for those of you wondering as well, that are in chat, why are there no replays after the goals? So this game was actually pre-recorded as well, so it's actually a speed run, quite literally, Hill Monkey Man.
Yeah, it happens. Sometimes you're like, okay, all right, let's figure this one out. Well, there were just so many goals, they decided we're gonna see what we can get. But the results are what matter, and also seeing what these awesome students, these awesome kids, and what their competition is able to progress into. Because we're gonna have STEM that's gonna be involved along the likes of the same, because they provide those progression marks for us via recordings, and it's great to be able to find those development cycles. Good challenge up in the midfield as we finally are progressing to the midway mark here of game number 1. Everything has slowed down at least a little bit.
Yeah, it's calmed down for CLT Virtual. They finally caught a little bit of a stride, at least being able to recognize and give the respect necessary to Mallard Creek, knowing that they're a little bit speedier than CLT Virtual is, and so they've been able to at least match it to some degree without overcommitting to it as well. In addition, so finding that balance is ever so important, especially in this one-sided affair. And for Mallard Creek, I mean, can you blame them? They're up 8-1. They're still looking for goals here, but the minute that you take a second and you slow down yourself and you play, a little bit different than how you want to approach the game as a whole moving forward throughout the regular season, that's time that you lose trying to really find yourselves in a sharp place where you can get these passes off. The accuracy falls a little bit if you take any time off, and I feel like that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, everyone talks about the amount of time that you put in each and every single week to be able to just kind of keep your progressions. This is a game about repetition. It's very mathematical in that construct, and you definitely have to just keep with it, or else you kind of lose that groove, that mojo, if you will, in CLT Virtual. I mean, they've been trying to kind of keep up to that pace. A great find at the top of the box as the last 100 seconds begins to tick, and putting up double digits. Sometimes you just have to forget game number 1. You had a fantastically aggressive challenge style game by Mallard Creek, and they've been looking for their second win if they can be able to obtain it. They had a bye week last time around, and they've been able to see how all the competition really does kind of pan out. They have Huff as one of their series that they did grab a game off of before losing, so they're trying to see if they can make use of these latter weeks, especially of competition, to be able to get themselves into good position. But we got a minute coming up here, Bear, and CLT Virtual is just looking for better steps going to game 2.
Yeah, exactly. A goal, something positive to kind of hang your hat on. I feel like that first goal was very important for them to say we can hang with Mallard Creek to some degree, right? So, unfortunately, this one got out of hand, but they proved in themselves that they are able to score on this team, and so that their offense can click whenever they're on the same page. And so that's something to strive towards. Can we get to the best versions of ourselves, right? Can we, really find that place where we're clicking the 1 or 2 times it happened during this match against more experienced Rocket League players? And can we do that on a consistent basis? And I think that's what Coach Dejan's been working on with this group. You can definitely see improvements. I know that's weird at a 10-1 mark, but with Mallard Creek, I mean, lining up as champ 1s in Diamond, or High Diamond, that's difficult to go against for 3 players who are virtually inexperienced too. And CLT Virtual, they're not sitting at the 0-4 level right now. They do have a win under the belt match-wise, so I mean, there's a little bit of positives to bring here, so they'll just have to shake this one off and move forward.
Yeah, it's all about progressions, and it's all about being able to kind of surprise your opponent when you can, making use of the challenge game, and then just being able to kind of find yourself in a position of success. So otherwise, CLT Virtual and Mallard Creek, they've been able to kind of go back and forth, and I think that we took either a pause or a break over from it. It was 10-1. I think that one was basically inevitable to go back to that 0 mark, but we do find game number 1 in the backyard of Mallard Creek before we hit game number 2.
That's right. Yeah, they've definitely proven to be an upper echelon team. Excuse me, but sitting at the 1 and 2 mark, it's still kind of frustrating. So you want to take care of business whenever you're supposed to be the team that's on top by a pretty big margin. And so I think that's what they've done here and accomplished that with that big victory here. And they'll try to get back to it because honestly, those are rough losses against Huff, against Palisades, ones that we were talking about before the show even kicked off. Maybe they should be at a better record here. The last thing they want to do is snooze, and I think we got a good sneak peek of that. Well, get a sneak peek of this. It's the sim portion now as we head into the first submission for this second match as well, as we have Virtual High School. They've put together a game, and they've continuously done so through the first 4 weeks. Let's see what new additions they've been able to put together here in Week 5.
Welcome to Toast, a super cool RPG meets fighting game. You can explore dungeons, meet all sorts of unique characters, then upgrade your arsenal to land combos against enemies. But most importantly, you can choose your own adventure, which I loved. A moment of appreciation for the art style and details to the room. Yay!
Yay!
Woo! This video, I chose to help Tuba Merchant. Because you can choose your own adventure, there is 2 options. You can either choose to help Tuba Merchant, or you can choose to not help him. Helping Tuba Man gives you more of a purpose than choosing not to help him for now. I'd love to see another story or side quest or even a redirection to get you to help him. We did find a bug where we walked into a dungeon and saw 2 sprites of the main character. While Sign was super helpful and I loved that I was talking to a sign, it didn't give me any direction of what to do to win the level, which I'm sure will come in the future. The sign said to avoid the zombie, and while I did, there was no end goal. There was no way for me to get out of the room. Both characters did take damage to the zombie as shown, which I'm sure will be fixed in the future. Overall, I love Toast. I think it's a super cool idea that has a ton of potential. It looks great already. Keep up the great work. Sincerely, not a sign.
That we ran out.
So we head into game number 2 now. You saw this mission there from CLT Virtual. Created a game. You have to escape your parents, right? And escape the pressures maybe that go on behind the scenes at home. So, I mean, I love to see what they put together. It's definitely creative and unique, especially being CLT Virtual kind of hits home to their to what they do on a regular basis. So I thought that was super clever from them, and to continuously try and step up that game as well. They'll have to really step up their game on the Rocket League side too, because quite frankly, they're looking to make improvements, but Mallard Creek continues to do Mallard Creek things.
Yeah, Mallard Creek has been doing pretty much what they want to at will, but reaching back to that game, I love that they already addressed a bug that kind of brought the sprite that you just could see 2 of yourself. That really upped the horror genre that could fit into, because you're playing as the ghost from The Shining. Like, that looked fantastic. I want to take that, have them take that concept and just run with it. But otherwise, I love the story building that's built into that game, as well as just the general kind of play that you get out of it. So great job overall on the development. The first minute of play, a lot less goals by Mallard Creek and CLT Virtual. They've been able to keep this one a lot better, extending this pitch as much as they can.
Sacred made a big save there, early and off the bat. After the 1 goal went in for Mallard Creek, there was a great opportunity for Mallard Creek to make it 2-0 and for this entire game to have the same feel as we had in game number 1, and Sacred shut it down. Love to see more of that. Sacred's really been the true leader of this squad, but really needs to step up here because, again, they're going to have this challenge consistently coming at them. It needs to be a play that he makes on a regular basis as you see them fall down by 2.
Yeah, the tougher part about you were talking about earlier on how you're really making your early steps into this game, and for some players, some students, it's their earliest steps into competition overall, and being able to just have both the adrenaline of competition but also consistency of rotation is very tough. Rocket League, though, is somewhat forgiving, just dependent upon how you kind of go to some of these attacks. This one will bounce around the post. Big save at the goal line is going to keep this one from getting worse here, at least for the next few minutes.
Yeah, and again, it's Sacred to step up. See them do it on a consistent basis. No coincidence that 2 minutes played and still a 2-0 mark. And another big play, that time by Sneaky Shark, as she is able to push it forward and at least get some offensive zone pressure going for a second. Obviously, Mallard Creek back on it now. They'll need another defensive stand in Alphabet, able to join in that front as well. So they've been doing a good job to combine, and that
Back to just put that one on the target, but now again, you're talking about two rotating. Gonna have to watch and wait. Two defenders staying into the box, and crowding the box, making sure you do make a solid connection is about the best that we can be able to expect right now for CLT Virtual with all this pressure that Mallard Creek has really been bearing down upon them with. And then just as one sneaks up, taking a shot from out in open space, that becomes 3 for Mallard Creek, and they really have rotated kind of to a very familiar, just a comfortable side for themselves up in that left corner, and CLT Virtual just kind of struggles to go and answer to it.
We know. So Secret continues to make big plays, and again is able to step up on this one too. Gets a shot off, but a good read from the Mallard Creek defense, and they know who they have to target. There's no surprise that whenever Secret gets a touch on this ball, all of Mallard Creek is ready for it and ready to read the play as well, because he's just that kind of keen, knowing exactly who needs to be there. Good touch passing as well from Mallard Creek as they found their marks and hit them in the passing play, and showing why they are one of the teams that is looking to have a bounce-back season here. Bit of a rough patch early for Mallard Creek, but they're showing that they can definitely be that consistent team if they can just keep it up.
Gonna crash the box, and Sacred is gonna be an MVP just defensively and just kind of ball awareness, aware as everything is, and a great step back from beyond the goal line to be able to go and get that ball as it was dropping through. This one will be able to sneak past, and you can't be able to just have yourself everywhere at once. They needed some big boosts, and they need to be able to kind of move their way back over, but they also wanted to win that challenge on the first touch as well. So Mallard Creek will be able to establish their lead even further away. Looking for another passing play is Mallard Creek, and you've been talking about how they want to get themselves up into the thick of things in the standings. If they were to win this today, they do go to 2-2, and there is a long list of teams at 2-2 right now at the midpoint of the season, Bear.
There are. I mean, it's been a very even, balanced season overall on the Rocket League side of things. They continue to, fight their own battles, right? Because both of these, or all of these teams that are involved in the CMS League try and really, improve themselves on a regular basis. And their competition levels, they're continuously, back and forth to some degree. So you have to try and find some consistency and to be a top 3 team like we see with Erdrey Kell, with JT Williams, with Olympic, all sitting at 4-0 currently. I mean, that's a difficult mark to get to, but one of the reasons why is they're able to put the work in on a regular basis. I know these teams are trying to get there as well. It will take some time, especially when the experience of Rocket League might be a little bit less than the top 3 that we see on a regular basis.
Very true. 6-0 right now. CLT Virtual has been able to at least stand up a little bit stronger for their defensive efforts, but that's been a lot by Sacred, who kind of gets bonked around a little bit. Then the shot, I thought nearly what it was going to go into a flailing Sacred as they were being pushed by their own teammates, but unfortunately another one will fall through. And CLT, they haven't been able to really get themselves any early attacks. This one will be a chance, but leaping just a bit too far. That's going to be Sneaky Shark, who does at least go for that early challenge. Alphabet, who is in chase. And really, this is just tough dribbling and taking beyond their own teammates. That could be one extra, so they will rocket through. Looking for that Brazil. The meme's got to live long and strong. So this one will be all tied up. Mallard Creek set and ready in these final seconds to get themselves to a 2-0 in series play.
And there it is as time expires here. It'll be Mallard Creek up 2-0 in this series, looking to close out and doing a good job along the way for sure. I mean, they've showed up and really proven that they are going to be the team that is going to win and close out games that they should. And so that didn't exactly define them earlier in the season, but early in the season shouldn't define you moving forward. Love seeing that. We'll see if the STEM team can do the same and step up in their regards here for their Week 5 submission.
Hello. This is Flare Snare, a member of the Toast team, and here's our review for Charger Chase. This game has all the foundations for an addictive platformer. Charger Chase has a great art style. The design for Charlie is excellent, and the color palette is appealing. I noticed the updated background. The outlines having the same color give the style consistency. Very well done. I also want to mention this snazzy animation. Look how smooth. The game doesn't have a death screen. This means that when Charlie dies he falls into the unforgiving void.
Hello darkness, my old friend.
Poor Charlie. One possible bug I encountered can be found by the player being an idiot and walking in the opposite direction. This allows them to walk under the map. A suggested improvement could actually fix this bug. If the player is curious like I was, the addition of a secret room could be interesting. Some sort of Easter egg or a funny redirection. I can see this game having a bit of dialogue, and you can market toward the speedrunning crowd for a new direction. Charger Chase is a vibrant and energetic platformer game that will have players hooked and is sure to appeal to fans of the platformer genre and casual gamers alike. Nice job.
Nice job with audience applause. Yo, Monkey Man, you seem to enjoy that video.
That was fantastic. You know what? Sometimes you have to pretend that you're making this for a gamer that refuses to play your game the right way, and then you'll find some very unique bugs. So apparently they found one where they went backwards, and that ruined the game. I love the idea that they've really developed on Charger Chase, because initially it was like, all right, we got to find our charger. Where is it? They've turned it into a full platformer where you can just fall off Mario style and, you know, lose your life. So very interesting development. I love that game. Oh, so funny.
Step it up, making the improvement. Stepping up here in just making and improving themselves here as this season continues to roll on. So does the series, and they've just been taking it by the horns. And right now it's again TV Trimmer able to get this one to go as well. So Mallard Creek a strong start here as well. I mean, for CLT Virtual, if you don't get a goal here early, you feel like it's going to get out of hand if you haven't already felt that way to some degree.
Yeah, they've had some early operations as well as just some opportunities to be able to really get themselves at least on the board and then challenge the would-be ever exponentially growing lead that is Mallard Creek's side of the scoreboard. But they've had at least a few looks, so some of those have to be gained. As they're looking for another passing opportunity, that's gonna be a 1-2 that comes off the backboard. So Mallard Creek is starting to feel very confident about themselves. I mean, why wouldn't you? You've gotten 17 goals to 2, one of which that you've been able to score, but the progressions here for CLT is to keep everything as even for as long as possible throughout these games.
We'll see them continue here. As to the core they go, holding on to it. Sneaky Shark, she wasn't able to get a touch here, but she does get in the way of their opponent, so wasn't able to do much with it. But now a clear back down the field that should open things up. Although they don't get it initially, somebody does eventually come through and tap it in. And Mallard Creek again off to this strong start. Again, it's 2-0 with 3:17 remaining here in game number 3.
Definitely taking their time when it comes to getting at least the extra scores and just getting the job done. They've proven that they can be able to build upon the memes, get the double digits, but they just need to be able to put this one away. Now, this can ultimately turn into something of a sleeper set as well if you do not keep this one serious between weeks of play. So making sure that they at least take your progressions that you're allotted and your competition that you get to see very seriously, because you're going to be up in the speed, the pace in the game, and everything when you go into week number 6 thereafter. CLT Virtual have been able to at least limit the damage here in game number 3 as Mallard Creek is trying to establish themselves in sweeping form. It's a great save as this one goes and now approaches the midway mark of game 3, and just looking for some connections. That one's very dangerous. Sacred is recognizing that, and good teamwork to be able to get that one out of the defensive box.
Yeah, you love to see the teamwork come into play because communication is the foundation of the game, right? You can have really strong players that don't communicate, and although sometimes the mechanics will win out, it's always going to be the team that communicates better when you're at that same mechanical level. And I will argue that till the day I die, because that coordination is everything. And so you can tell that they're on the same page to some fashion, right? Obviously, if you can't trust your teammate to make a few hits, it gets a little bit more dicey. But communication is always the first place that you want to start. Eventually, it will break down, though, if you're not able to get back. And so CLT Virtual fell victim there. And with 2 minutes remaining, we'll be down 3-0 here. So looking a little bit better, but again, Mallard Creek just doing their thing.
That's also why I never trust my teammates. No, I'm kidding. I always trust my teammates all the time. But sometimes, you know, you also want your teammate to be able to do something even greater and more. And, you know, it's all up to this individual skill level. And that's when we often see the difference between what you have as a team, communication, as well as just what you can do as the one player, because there's only so much that you can really kind of establish and be impactful with on the pitch. As we do see one go through, Mallard Creek being given the fourth man effort by a player from CLT Virtual, as this one is in its final form of 90 seconds. Maybe if they can crash over, not leaving the ground, at least as of yet, as you do see 2 speed up. Sacred's going to be on the back line waiting. That's a power flick, as some of these passes are starting to get established between Mallard Creek players. 1:15 remaining. They're going to find another one here. So moving forward between weeks, Bear, sometimes these kinds of games, these kinds of series, they can be crushing. But it's all about being able to understand what the level of requirement is for good, 1, practice, 2, just playing with your teammates to be able to find those progressions from week to week. If you don't do either of those, then you're really kind of losing yourself in the sauce of competition.
Definitely, because it's only going to get tougher here as well for CLT Virtual. I mean, they're haven't gone up against, the big 3 that we've mentioned here in the league. So, but that's always good, right? Because, if you go into your ranked matches here at this level, you're not going to quite receive the same, difficulty on the other side. There's so much to learn. If you've ever been outmatched, obviously, facing off against Smurfs, as we call it in the industry, aka those who are creating new accounts and stomping on the ones who are relatively new to the game. It can be frustrating, yes, but they also might have some moves that you didn't know were possible, right? You can use the ceilings, right? You can use the walls. You don't have to be timid or stay back. You don't need a goaltender and net at all times. These are some of the things you learn at the very beginning stages of Rocket League, which some of the players here for CLT Virtual are. It could maybe open the minds of this team, really figure out, from a foundation standpoint, how to play the game of Rocket League and maybe learn some new mechanics that you've never seen before. So I would take every single match as a learning experience, and you have to look at it that way if you're CLT Virtual.
Yeah, if you don't, then you're really just kind of missing out on having a good time in the game. Everyone crashes the box. They're looking for yet another 7-1 if they can. Maybe one extra chance. Power move to be able to get that save. Do they play for 0-second time? Is this 2 teams trying to play together? Well, no, they play apart. So 7-0 into the final game. That is a 3-0 sweep in favor of Mallard Creek. But I'm really interested about this STEM competition on the other side here, Bear.
Yeah, exactly right. Because, we had 2 great submissions. They had you floored, laughing. CLT Virtual definitely killed it this week. And I think they've been doing a great job overall in the STEM side. So always, we talked about students and having their strengths. And maybe Rocket League isn't it to some degree, right? And so they'll all look to improve that side of it. Their STEM side's got something going on. They got personality. There's no doubt about that. Well, let's see if the judges agree here, too, and see what kind of comments they have on both sides of the equation as we go to them now to see what the score will be for the STEM side.
We're back. Varsity STEM Showdown Week 5. Here we've got Virtual High versus Mallard Creek in the game design pathway. Malcolm, I'll start with Virtual. This is where they're looking at Mallard Creek's dungeon, kind of the interaction stories game that they built. They found the bug of the 2 sprites coming out. Good work. Again, this just shows anyone can build their own video and show us the things they want. But when you get to week 5 action here, it's in somebody else's hand, and it's got to actually work. It's got to be tight. Another great point. How do you kind of play? How do you win this game? What's the end goal? What is the win-lose state? Got to have that there. So I thought that was pretty good overview.
Yeah, this game just looks beautiful again, and it looks fun. And then, like they pointed out, there's no win-loss condition. Like you said, it's whatever the team shows us up until this week.
I just thought, how did they not know of the dual sprite thing? That to me seems like they would have come up to that. That's very strange. I'll be interested to see how that all plays out. Let's. Oh, you got an answer for that? You already know?
I don't know. I'm just guessing that it's either a bug that they just put into it accidentally, trying to in between one of the weeks, or maybe it's an intermittent bug. Who knows?
Got it. Well, let's go over to Mallard Creek now. It is their review of the virtual game, which again we've liked it the whole time. I think my biggest piece here was always every week it was like, how do you play it? How do you win? Like, how does that? Because I didn't understand. What was cool is it looked like somebody else is playing it. Right, so some of the things that they've shown us actually work and can be played by somebody else. Very cool. I thought it was funny that "Hello, darkness, my old friend." I really like that. That's a great game design ad. Put that in there right there. And the bug of going back, all great. I really liked the dialogue that I heard there. What did you think?
Yeah, I mean, I thought, Virtual's music has been on point for their own game as well as their game review. Rocky.
Ah,
Harding.
Hurting, all
Yes.
of them.
All schools doing great,
All the schools.
but especially Harding. Oh, wait. Mallard. Oh, man.
Mallard Creek.
We're just going to have to.
No, we're keeping going. You're muscling through this now.
All right.
So you're thinking about Mallard Creek's thing right here.
That's right.
That
That's right.
reviewed
That is reviewing
Virtual's
virtual.
thing. This is really hard. I'll admit. So final point.
One layer too deep for
Yes,
this.
yes. Called the.
Okay, yeah. So anyway, great job. It's gonna be, finding bugs almost gets you that 3rd point, but they both kind of found bugs in each other's game. So I'm gonna go 1-1.
1-1. That's well done. The movie pull I was trying to think is this is like Inception.
Yeah,
You've
one
gotta
layer
go
too
2
deep.
layers in.
Oh, man.
It's not safe going 2 layers deep. I agree with your point wholeheartedly. And once again, this is about what we see next. A week off. Then we go to week 6 where they're going to be rolling out to the general public, to users, to be able to see how they play it. So they got a lot of work to do. For now, I think we go 1-1 as well myself, which means we end here at 2 points Virtual, 2 points Mallard Creek.
There's a lot of times when we talk about a 2-2 game on the STEM side, at least, that it's we're not sure when things kick off after the 2 submissions have been seen where that scoreline is going to be. And I think you pointed out that it's probably going to be 2-2 because both teams did so well.
Yeah, both teams finding glitches. They have to be able to establish some fixes, and of course, just being able to kind of up their game when it comes to presentation. Look, I really hope that Virtual sticks with having the glitch to have the shining, ghost twins. I would love that to be. Now, it's no longer a glitch; it's a feature. Okay, keep
That's
that
right.
in the game. Dang it! Come on.
There's so many times when we talk about like some games that have glitches where the community loves that kind of thing. Just to kind of mess around and get to places maybe they can't. The Easter egg, I think, was a good example of that.
Yep.
With that being said, we've got more Rocket League action. We've got more STEM action coming at you on the CMS Esports Varsity and STEM League channel. Don't go anywhere. Bearlight and Hill Monkey Man. Bearlight and Hill Monkey Man back at it again here on the CMS Esports and Stim League. And we have our next matchup set and ready to go. In this one, Hill Monkey Man I have set up as my potential upset of the stream here. We got Rocky River facing off with Myers Park on the pitch here tonight. Rocky River Ravens, the coolest name in all of the league, come in with Perk, ID Faye, and iSwag Panda. And ID Faye is one of those difference makers. I say upset. Both of these teams are at 2-2 right now, but on paper, Myers Park should win this one. Doesn't always necessarily mean that's going to be the results.
I'm starting to think, because this is that progressive level. I've said that word so many times. I'm going to go and look up synonyms for it. But this is that particular rank set where you are making such improvements and you could go leaps and bounds. And I subscribe to your thought process of ID Faye when it comes to how this team really does interact. We got to see iSwag Panda as well be able to kind of run around the court. Perk much the same for Rocky River Ravens, and this is a team that also was able to take down Butler in game number 5. Now, Butler was looking pretty slow last time, but this is a team that is on a hot hand as the last couple of weeks they've been able to get wins where it's been very back and forth for Myers Park. Now, to their credit, they had to play against Ardrikel in the previous week, so that's an 0-3. You kind of slump on down. I do wonder what Myers Park is coming into, and upsets, I think maybe you would be upset if you simply can't keep the pattern of win, lose, win, lose. This is supposed to be the winning week for Myers, but I think this could be still a very even matchup, even though they're slotted at Champ 1.
100%. I think it's going to be incredibly close if I had to guess. So expect a Game 4, Game 5 in this one, which is always a treat here in the CMS Esports League to see these teams battle it out the way that they do. And so for the Ravens, they look to try and get this series win. Like you said, they're on a bit of a hot streak here, but that was West Charlotte and Butler that they had last, and they kicked off the season with a disappointing loss against Independence. So good to see them bounce back. We'll see if that continues. The pattern for Myers Park, I do have to chalk up to just it being, West Charlotte first, should be a win there. South Mech, very difficult team. They've got Skimmett coming in, one of the best players in the league, and they were able to get that 3-0 as well, so that team is pretty stacked again. Back to North Mech, and then over to Ardrikel. A bit of a roller coaster here for Myers Park. They just want to get off this ride and hopefully maybe just go sky high instead.
Yeah, this is a low, high, mid. This is where things kind of level out, and then you maybe get some of those swirls, the corkscrews, if you will. Going. I love roller coasters. Okay, if you get me on a roller coaster, I'll be on them all day. But for Rocky River, these Ravens, they're in a great progression level now. When it comes to Independence, maybe they should be able to grab a game. They do get one off of Garinger, which is currently in that top 4, top 5 kind of situation. They're not undefeated, but that's still a good team to be able to take wins off of. They take advantage of West Charlotte, and then you get Butler into a surprise situation. This is going to come down to kind of your front players. I think that if ID Faye has themselves a day, the Ravens may be able to establish themselves early. I want to see that challenge game pop off, and I want to just see the consistency because we have only, we got the next half of this full competition to be able to run it through the remainder of these weeks. We were just, you and I in the green room, talking a little bit about postseason implications. When you're in the middle of the stack right here, this is when you want to start separating to go into the top side of the table.
Yeah, and you have to. The top 8, that's a tough task, especially with 21 teams in the league currently. You have to be at your best and win games and close out in games that you should. And I think that's what we saw in the last matchup as well, as Mallard Creek was able to take on Virtual and get the job done here. For Myers Park, though, it feels a little bit different. It's not one of those games where it's going to be just, you hold on and hope for the best, right? Or one of those close out the games. Rocky River has no shot, right? It's going to be completely different, going to be super close. We'll see exactly how close that is as we head down to the pitch here now to start game number 1 of this matchup. Here are 5 minutes on the clock, and we'll see if Rocky River can hang with Myers Park. The kickoff puts us underway.
Go into game number 1. Now this is going to be a tone setter, and yes, we are on the correct side this time. Already a banger on target, and they're going to be taking another one. ID Faye saying, "I am here." Rocky River grabs first points.
And Swag Panda off the bat didn't have any hesitation, got in on the play, and Swag Panda's been one of those players that's been the rock and foundation, yes, pun intended, for Rocky River, and continues to just impress here. That was a little bit shocking to see him step up on the play. Had a chance here as well, but Zero will calm things down with a touch out, but ID Faye wants more for Rocky River.
It's Myers Park that's up to the task right now to have to be able to get this reset. ID Faye was trying to be able to get their own flip reset, just to take control of the ball, but Myers Park, they do stem the bleeding to just one goal right now inside this early minute of play. Perk is left looking, and that's going to be Kronosan. That actually comes from the opposite side of the box. You can't let this one just scoop around, but they were not in great position to be able to intercept.
Yeah, and I credited Swag Panda for being in the right position and for being speedy on those challenges. Unfortunately, he was the one that was a little bit late to that challenge. So we talk about consistency. We'd like to see more of it. Definitely seen some highlights here from him early. We'll need to continue that same pattern. Right now, we find ourselves even. Maybe not. Shot Crow makes a big save there. And ID Faye will push it back out to center field where Swag will get the next touch. But it's right in the hands of Myers Park as they play Pong back and forth.
If there's anything that we get to see last week, whenever I was hanging out with Mr. Bepic on that B stream, then you guys can be able to see the same thing. It's the same name as this, just add a B at the end. But got to see a lot of Rocky River, and it was the contention by both Panda as well as Perk to be able to allow ID Faye some freedom of movement, and then making sure that everything kind of slows down if ID Faye took an initial attack, and to be able to get that ball back in position. ID Faye looking for a pre-jump. They can't quite get the read as this one collides in from the corner, and that one's actually going to be possession given away back to Myers Park. They're going to try and turn this into a counterplay very quickly, but they slow down here in these corner zones. It's tough to work around the outside of this perimeter.
Sure is. Oh, credit Perk for getting up and making that challenge as well. This one will push back out to at least the top of the box where Zero was there to meet it. Ball right in the hands of Zauer. The freshman already up for this one, tries to get the read, but ID Faye does a good job to cut it off before anything else can develop. Now here at center field, it'll be Zero finding Crow there in the corner. We'll try to tap it back down, and Zero with the next touch back over to Crow. And they look for that far side post. It worked once, but not quite in this occasion. But they're still on it here. The possession time has really favored Myers Park as of late.
It really has, and look at the rotations. ID Faye is trying to create some kind of upward just lift to slow down any of these strikes, but you're seeing both Perk and Panda getting lost in the sauce, trying to progress from their back wall, and you can see the anticipation, the want to just get away from their back half because they've been there for so long. They do get a big 50. They'll pinch off the wall. All the defenders in a bad situation, but that's going to be a great read by Kronosan. Looking for another strike, another top 90. That's going to be stopped at 0-0, but still the shots continue to rain in. Perk looking for a pass. ID Faye set him up, but it's Rocky River. They take a lot of shots, but don't get anything else on the scoreboard.
So close when Myers Park continues to get those touches, but the bouncer gonna find its way through. Crow dove, but couldn't get a touch. And Rocky River up 2-1 in game number 1 as they stay on it consistently, mostly by that man, ID Faye, who continues to impress.
That was fantastic. I thought that one was actually going to meet the challenge of the second line defender, but putting that outside touch and a bounce down onto it was so tough to read. Panda, luckily not seeing anyone on the next challenge after that one went very scary at their goal line just after a kickoff. So Rocky River doesn't see everything that they just tried to gain being put away. Now Myers Park, with 2 minutes to go, they've had some great challenge game. They've been able to really kind of force this defense to have to look around. That's a save by ID Faye. That's a demo, but it's going to be Panda that also seals the deal as they don't get a next level shot.
Yeah, and back the other way now is Myers Park. Need to quit up these double commits that have been happening from time to time. It's how Rocky River punched through, but Zero able to even it here. So more offensive possession time equals more chances, equals tie game with a minute 50 left.
Just looking for that one chance. Zero in flight. You just hope and pray that you put yourself into a great upward zone position, waiting for a pass like that. And Zero, just an opportunist. With less than 2 minutes to go, we are tied at a couple apiece. And right now, it's anyone's guess, anyone's game, what consistency we'll see in this waning 100 seconds. Because Rocky River has been able to get upfield, but they make efficient work of the time they're given. Whereas Myers Park has been playing for counters all game long.
Yeah, and that's been their identity so far, and I feel like it's kind of working against them because Rocky River is one of those teams that will try not to allow it to happen, especially with ID Faye and collecting, and it's just working on all cylinders currently to keep Myers Park at an arm's length, not allow them to transition. This is one of the reasons why, as Swag Panda again with that challenge, and Perk steps on it next. Third man should be ID Faye, already up for it, but Crow with a good read to cut that off before it develops. Here at center field, it'll be Zero. Able to punch that one forward. Swag Panda had no choice but to go sideways with that one, which did set up Myers Park here for a chance. Crow the shot, the bullet, able to find its way through. With 55 seconds left, Myers Park has taken the lead.
Oh my goodness, just going immediately up when they needed someone to step up the most. It's been Kronosan that's been able to do it. You know that a group of Ravens is called a treachery, and well, the Crow is a murder, and they are flying like a flock up there as Myers Park is finally able to get a lead here with less than a minute to go. Perk with a setup, looking for the double, but it's stolen away by Crow themselves.
Seriously, so many improvements both ways for both of these teams. I mean, they're putting on a show here, and they've really improved. Myers Park looking to take a comfy 4-2 lead, but it's going to be Rocky River's defense to hold off, but only temporarily, as that one's floating towards the goal line. What a save to dig it out and give themselves a chance here with 30 seconds remaining.
ID Faye looking for the handoff. It's going to come off the wall, and they will have at least one extra look onto the challenge, but Zero is trying to allow them zero time. And now Kronosan is saying, look, we need to collect possession. We need to be able to play off of a lot of time. But this puts into a very awkward gate crash that could happen. We saw no one go to the box. That one could have been their best last look, but instead they're looking for a next level shot. It's going to take away. It's going to be just ricocheted off of a defender, and Panda's able to find this one 3-3.
Oh, and Zero pinched it off the ceiling and went backwards. Credit Panda. I mean, we talked 10 seconds ago when nobody jumped on an opportunity there for Rocky River, and at that point in time, I counted them out. But they learned from their mistakes just moments ago and were able to get to it. But off the kickoff, a chance here, Swag Panda shut down. And Crow back on it now. It will hit the ground or stay on the ground. Didn't roll up that ramp in time to play the 0 seconds, and so we have ourselves overtime in game number 1.
A group of Ravens is also called a conspiracy, and I swear that maybe there's this conspiratorial line of thought that that one was just all to get us into an OT here in game number 1. Some bonus Rocket League as Rocky River, they are now put under pressure. They've been able to get themselves back into this game, but Myers Park has really been putting the works to them. ID Faye, elevation, that's going to be a waterfall out, and they'll try to take advantage of it. It will ricochet back into the stripes. What a takeaway now, ID Faye on the foot race.
And he's got a step on Zalor, but Zalor's able to get the touches backwards. Oh, the bouncer gonna go through the box and out, and Crow back on it down the other way. Got room to work with. Bounced it over one. It's off the back wall, and Chance holds on. Zero still in the corner to press, but down off it by Perk with a purpose.
Oh my goodness, this has been a little bit chaotic. They're looking for the soft touch, a little bit of English, but they only get a B and not an A into it to be able to get that big grade they want. And now they're just kind of floating this one laterally in front of the Rocky River back half as Myers Park has really kind of stepped themselves up into an aggressive position. But that's a great find by Perk. It's going to come off this wall. Ricochet, one big challenge, and that could actually put the defender in a rough situation, but they do find some open space. Everyone trying to calm down, but they've been left with no time to do so. 80 seconds have been chimed off the clock into this overtime. ID Faye is getting the heck out of the way, and now they have to recover. It becomes a one-on-one, but Zero collects a little bit late and allows Panda to go up and joust with him.
Little things that ID Faye does to chase him out to the corner instead, when that should have been a chance that was a 1v1 situation scenario for the last back. That's great, stepping up in support, but that bump from Perk was huge, and now he's got the chance at the shot. He did it all. Rocky River's got the game 1 win off the back of Perk. The solo effort with the bump first on the last man back, and then had the presence of mind to turn and put it into the back of the net.
Oh my goodness, what a find, because Kronosan was the one that has been doing so well for Myers Park in game number 1. They were the third man looking for that hot shot opportunity to take when the ball would just go into that offensive zone, and instead they just ruin them. 13 shots to 11, 24 in total, and we went to OT for 7 goals. These teams have come to play today, and I love what the Ravens are doing, and Perk able to find that breakaway.
What did I tell you? I knew, obviously the series is young, but that's a strong start and a statement piece there for Rocky River to start off and beat Myers Park in game number 1, and everybody contributed there. I mean, Perk was the reason they won that one in overtime with that solo play to cause a little bit of pandemonium on the backside of things, right? Or cause a little bit of chaos, rather, and get that bump in the goal to score it in for Rocky River to take the 1-0 lead here in the series. And Myers Park is their chance to bounce back now, and they'll have to make short work of that. Well, we've got Rocky River's sim submission now. We'll see if they can follow up a little bit of momentum with a good sim submission here in Week 5. Check this out.
My name is Omen, and I'm here today with Pandy and IDFA. This is the review of Myers Park's Construct game and Knights of the Realm. I like that it is a tower defense game. Tower defense games are pretty easy to get a grasp of how the game works and what to do.
This game is fun because it is more strategic and where you have to place the towers.
A bug we encountered is when you lose, you cannot go back into the game and play again without refreshing the construct page. As for the art, it followed the theme of the game. And as for the win and loss condition, their game does have one where if you let too many enemies pass through, you lose. But if you keep enough from passing through, you win the wave and go into the next wave.
I think it was a meaningful choice to have two different types of towers in the game. I like the difference between the tower you could place on the track that damages enemies as they walk over it, and the conventional tower that you place off the track to shoot the enemies on the track. As for something the developers can change, I would like them to give us some info on what the towers do exactly. Also, making the path spikes as strong as they are is something I would suggest changing, because you can go through a lot of rounds with the spikes alone.
I suggest, first of all, working on the bugs of the game, but other than that, they can make this game pretty strategic and fun for everyone. One example of what they could do is the leaderboard stating the highest wave reached by player name. Something fun to add would be different difficulties, more towers, enemy variations, and all that good stuff.
So working through the bugs is what you have to do this week. Obviously, when you have critiques going on, you have to figure out, how you approach that moving forward. But so far, so good in that submission, figuring out what to do next.
Yeah, and that's a level of adaptation that this team had to do, as Chronosan was already looking for a tone-setting dunk to get Myers Park an opening lead. That's something that we haven't seen from them so far, and some opening scores mostly have been acquired by Rocky River. Some opening and closing statements, if you will, as the Ravens do have the 1-0 series lead right now. Myers Park left on a defensive kind of, not a struggle bug, but more so just trying to find what cracks may develop for the Ravens, and if there's anything, it's just waiting for that timing for their back man, their third man to rotate up to really give themselves some better looks in open field space.
100%, I agree with that. Another thing that I've noticed, when we talk about Rocky River, it's just they found their identity as, what role they want to play. Every single player. We talked about Perk and just that clutch factor at the very end, tail end of that game to win it in overtime. But we didn't even talk about Swag Panda, who had 3 assists and a goal that last game, is a true playmaker for Myers Park. That means you can probably target, right? When you see the pass coming from Panda, you'll know that he's going to want to set up that play, and so you can kind of jump out and kind of predict the play accordingly. But right now, Myers Park having a tough time trying to get this out of the defensive zone. It all started with the ball that sat on the goal line for what seemed like a lifetime, but eventually they were able to kick it out. Now Rocky River here on the offensive side too. Swag Panda, the pass across. Perk was able to get shot off. Swag will now chip it and find its way through. Swag is definitely taking a step forward in the series and gives Rocky River the early lead again.
We're calling their name out for being the best glue, the best assister in the previous game. Well, this time around, they are the cleanup man, able to get that one through and flop it over a defense. Myers Park was left in a stressful situation, basically having everyone pounding at the door and unable to get away. Zalur, who actually comes in for the side of Myers Park, was looking for an off-the-rip straight hook shot if they could from that kickoff. But so far, this three-headed Hydra of Rocky River, they've really taken momentum. They haven't tried to do anything too crazy, just really been crashing the box and good timing and good communication when they need it.
Fundamentals that Perk. It went up the side of his car, almost went backwards towards his own net. Well, it did go backwards, almost towards his net. Right now, it's Aller. Couldn't quite find that angle, but it's the cross grow will finish. And Myers Park has tied the game at 1 here. They didn't get the first goal in this one, which could have set the pace, but now's their time to try and turn it around as they've evened this game.
Big bang by Chronosan. If there's anything that we've needed by them, is just a solid shooting. There's been a couple times already in this early game where you've had some players off of their frontmen, which I think we can easily establish IDFA and Chronosan in their respective team sets really are kind of the tip of that spear. But otherwise, just making sure that you just find that solid connectivity for having that ball threaten the net. You will have some bullying being done, I think, by Zalur upfield, but IDFA with a great trap. They're trying to bait Zero up, and I'm not going to take away from Zero either, because they've really set up opportunities, much like we've seen from Swag Panda, to be able to get IDFA in those shooting chances. And now it's up to Chronosan to do the same thing, just to escape the oncoming onslaught.
Yeah, and one of the ways to do that is to hop out and get a bump, and that's what happened. Perk off his wheels. because of it, but IDV already on it in support. Does get the initial touch, flip reset, but couldn't do much with it, except for Swag was able to step up at the right time. The shot taken for Perk, but a little bit high. Crow working down the field. Lots of room to work with. Gets the adjustment. The late flip actually worked for him, but it was detected by Rocky River. But still, Myers Park will press forward. Zalor waits for it. Right, it's happened off the corner. Maybe a touch backwards to Crow would have been the right move, but sometimes you're in that moment, in that corner, just trying to find a way to get it past the opponent first before you can play on. So can't really discredit the effort there. Zalor continues here in the corner, but bumped off it by Zero, but a miss there defensively, and Rocky River has to bail themselves out.
And as soon as they do, they have two defenders that fill that back gap. You're going to have Swag Panda that is being challenged, but they have rotated this same side so many extra times that one just falls off target. That one will go too high, but it's going to be up to Kronosan, and they just can't get through this Raven defense. It is an entire, what is this? An unkindness. I have looked up every form of group of Ravens, and unkindness just seems to be great because it's unkind how many times they've kept Myers Park from going through. And a counterplay. Hey, talk about unkindness. That's pretty awesome for ID Faye. They find one on the counter after surviving the non-stop barrage.
Yeah, and just a read off that sidewall. That is, oh my goodness. I mean, that is not Diamond 2 material. Must have been submitted way prior to this upcoming season, if I had to guess. Maybe this was a submission on the rank way previously, but I mean, the skill level is just up there. What a play from ID Faye, able to recognize that, get the read, and finish. And now they have another opportunity. Can Zalor get back to this one? No, it's far and in. So Rocky River, not only a 1-0 advantage here in the series, now has a 3-1 lead here in game number 2 as they look to push towards match point.
Crow's going to be kicking themselves for that. They were trying to make a nice undercut pop to be able to elevate that ball at least into the stripes defensively for Rocky River, and instead it ended up being just a pass. Not something that you want to give away because, you know, even at diamond level, that one's going to end up being a bang. So is this one by Kronosan. They do get one back. Plenty of time to establish some catch-up here in game 2.
Looked like Perk had no real intention when trying to clear that ball out, and so ended up just tapping it backwards into the hands of the opponents. And if you do that to Myers Park, they're a balanced enough team where they can find little holes in the defense. Well, they haven't proved that very often against Rocky River early. It's been a good job to clean up, but Rocky River, quick answer here yet again. It's ID Faye who's been huge, and Perk, another assist here for Rocky River. It seems like every single goal they put in has been assisted.
Yeah, there's full team development, and you know, every missed shot can obviously be a pass opportunity, and Perk was looking to get that one straight off of the kickoff. But you know, as long as you leave it into a chance, then your teammates are going to be looking for it. ID Faye, they see a retreating Kronosan, and poor Kronosan, they just can't get one piece of it. That becomes 5-2. They've elongated this lead considerably.
And Crow again, just an inch short. I mean, sometimes you just chalk it up to, it's not my series yet. And, you know, being down 2-0, which it feels like is inevitable at this point for Myers Park, well, that's going to be a difficult pill to swallow and try to bounce back from. I mean, this team has the talent to do it. You just got to find the heart, too. I mean, this might be, you know, one of those things, maybe a hangover from the 0-3 loss against Ardrey Kell. Could be a confidence thing happening to Myers Park right now. And Rocky River just riding that high the last 2 games, or 2 matches won, rather, for the Ravens. So it feels like that might have a big effect here, as Rocky River, sure enough, will head to match point here, looking to complete the destiny of a perhaps upset here, if you want to call it that way, but it will eventually work its way towards this net and towards the ground. It'll be Rocky River there to match point. I mean, they have been impressive from the get-go.
They really have. ID Faye just really captaining the squad, but Perk and Swag Panda, no slouches at all. And this one's very close. I mean, 11 shots to the likes of 9. Rocky River actually took the less of that, but they came out far more efficient. Perk continuing to be able to just be as much of an assister as Swag Panda was before. Great defense all around, and honestly, this team has been good. This is a great team that has been able to kind of really find their momentum in the middle of the season when they need it the most, because they want to get over that even 500 hump. Really hard to do if you're in your own way, and they very much aren't.
100%. Myers Park, need to get out of their own way. Right now, they've been kind of tripping over one another, both metaphorically and on the pitch. But one thing that they want to get together is their Rocket League team and their STEM team. We'll see if they come together in unity here as a STEM submission comes from Myers Park now as they put together what they've done in Week 5. Check this out.
Hi, this is Jackson from Myers Park High School, and today I'm going to be reviewing Rocky River's game, scholarships, and the scholar system. As you can see, just from the get-go, start button very clear, leaderboard not implemented yet, but instructions are right here. As you hit start, one big bug I noticed, unfortunately, that is nothing happens if they hit you, as well as you don't actually have to kill all of them to go to the next level. You can just press this green button and go whenever you want. Another bug that I noticed is if you can go off the screen. There's no barrier preventing you. Then as you progress the levels, like I said, you don't really need to do anything. You can just hit this. The Ardrey Kell level gives you the CDC-C scholarship, and then you just have to beat the boss, but the boss doesn't actually do anything, which is unfortunate. It just kind of sits there and absorbs the bullets. But if you restart the level and let the Ardrey Kell ships go through, you don't have any chance to beat the boss because there's no lose condition. So the boss never spawns and you're kind of just stuck there until you restart the level. I believe all of the choices they made regarding schools and the game itself were very meaningful. It definitely makes a lot of sense, but unfortunately without the win or loss condition, it feels a bit lacking. The art is very consistent in style, which is nice, and the smoothness of shooting and destroying the enemy ships is very nice. To improve the game, definitely just squash those bugs, I think would be really great. Maybe make the restart and next level buttons a bit smoother, as well as adding a win screen and a lose screen. Thank you very much.
So we've seen both submissions now, and let me tell you, Monkey Man, it's about as close as this Rocket League match is, too.
Yeah, it really is. I personally love that they've decided it is a feature that they are shooting laser beams that look like candy corn. You know, that just it just looks great. Okay, look, it fulfills my both appetite for a game as well as for some candy that I will forget eventually, because those laser beams are just going out into outer space, much like the bang that we finally get from Chronosan. They find themselves an early lead.
Well, for Rocky River, you mentioned the Ravens with the candy corn colored things. Well, obviously they're Halloween themed colors, right? The gray and orange, the dark gray. They're the black and orange Halloween colors. Well, that was a bit spooky defensively for Rocky River as Myers Park was able to take the 1-0 lead and get off to that hot start that you were talking that they needed to they needed here, Hail Monkey Man.
It's very true. They need Crow to be activated. You see both Crow and Zero. They've been so good at finding one another and nearly being able to find a second one just off the mark. But I'm talking about it right there. That's a nice, soft dunk pass. But look at Perk just trying to do the same thing. Now it's more of an individual effort to open up the gap, but they're not exactly passing directly to one another. They're playing for the perimeter, the sidewall. ID Faye trying to pinch it over, but you have them just too collectively close together, and now they're trying for the setup, a Charlie Brown-esque football move, if you will, to get it over to Perk, but they now are left rebounding. Crow, bit too much sauce on that next one, boss.
Yeah, everything seemed right for Crow there. The positioning there defensively, knowing that the 50-50 could play out directly to him, and it did. Also transition quickly, also a step in the right direction. Just maybe worked that a little bit too quickly. But now having some support here for Zero. That'll force ID Faye here in the corner. We'll eventually work it down the pitch. Lots of room to work with, but eventually will be fought off it by Zero, as he was just able to basically strong-arm it and cause a little bit of chaos, and it pinches down the field, where Perk has to make a save. Zaller couldn't get enough on it there from Myers Park. That was an opportunity. They had numbers, just couldn't quite find the pass to get it across. Now a loose play, trying to go far side, but Crow able to make a big save here. Now everybody's committed forward for Rocky River, and Myers Park trying to get to it, but ID Faye able to save the day.
Not enough bang on that one. They actually had a lot of open space trying to get it off their bumper. That's an off-in defender touch, but it's a good trap by Crow. Perk is going to be able to push in. I didn't know they were on Space Station Gaming. Strange. Pro player here in high school? Crazy. But no, actually, Rocky River is still chasing down at least an opportunity. They have a 2-on-1. IDFA with a redirect that could be hopping through. They take on 2, but Crow does the same thing. Big challenge win to make sure it stays on its back third. Myers Park gets away with it, and they still this 1-0 lead, but the ball's still in their back half.
Perk is going to try to chip it towards where Panda was waiting, but unfortunately went a little bit too far forward. So Zaller, the freshman, able to jump on it, and the touch, not exactly what he wanted. So Swag right back on it again. It'll be 0. Grabs 100 boost on the way as it spawned just in time, and Perk will push it forward. Now Zaller's caught out of position. Luckily, Crow in the right place, where it always seems to be. 0 allowed the chance to tap it back down. Zaller luckily was close by to support because there was a lot of blue cars on the other end of that touch. And Zaller will now try to control out this center. Ends up dribbling it right into the opponents, but IDFA bumps one off of it, and now Swag Panda allowed the chance to press in yet again.
Love that idea by IDFA. Trying to be able to get rid of the player if they can. And that one's going to turn into an opportunity. Got to watch out. Zero looking to crush it. And they will find it. Put them on ice with 108 seconds remaining. That's the kind of connection and collision. You just got to take advantage of when something, through happenstance and challenges, just opens up. And Zero makes the best of it. Turns into a 2-0.
There's less panic in the gameplay of Myers Park, and that's one thing that we've seen, in the first 2 games was whenever they got on their heels a little bit, it seemed like they just wanted to get touches, no matter what they looked like, out of the zone. And when you do that, you play into the possession of Rocky River, who's been so good positionally, who creates plays by pure chaos in some instances, right? The bumps, the demos, and in some cases, just some touches that not necessarily where you expect them to go. So I love seeing Myers Park calm down, take a deep breath here, and they've looked pretty methodical ever since. That's another example of that. Crow sitting in the right spot, positioning, I can't talk enough about it. And he's able to tap it away for a 3-0 lead.
The last couple of chances, I mean, that one's 79 miles an hour. That one is hot. But other than the opening goal, which Crow was able to just find off the rip, be able to just go and put some pressure onto that back line. It has been good infield passing. Now, the last one was a bit of a challenge game that they just happened to win, but Zero was there when they needed him to be. Same, equal, but opposite side, and Myers Park has really given themselves a reset button in this moment. And honestly, Rocky River just looking the tiniest bit off kilter with their progressions. They're chasing each other very close to the exhaust pipe, kind of tracking too far into their progressions when it comes to these rotations. And looking for one more, but that's just going to be a takeaway. And Myers Park should be able to lock this down for the remaining 45.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've been really settling in their zone, and when you have a game that goes in this fashion, it seems to close out that way as well. But that being said, last thing you want to do is settle for just this one win and then go right back to the same habits that allowed Rocky River to expose you. I mean, how many times do we see that? Even at the pro level, when we, cast for Charlotte Phoenix, other teams that we've seen on the pitch as well, where, you give up a 2-0 advantage and you get a big win in game number 3 and you see it slide. Good step in the right direction for Myers Park, but they're going to need to get back at it here in game number 4 whenever that time comes.
Yeah, I've seen too many 3-1s to say that this is Myers Park taking advantage or taking basically all the momentum out and wind out of the sails of Rocky River. This one will trip them up. Now it's going to be up to Rocky River to really establish themselves going to game number 4. But game number 3, Myers Park, they get the job done. They did it early, they did it late, they did it all the time. So they stay alive as we head to the distance. And again, this is so just close when it comes to the offense. All of one down, but this time Rocky River just couldn't get anything cooking offensively.
It just seemed like, those passes were detected. That was the one thing that we brought up was you can kind of tell, that they want to start offensive possession. They want the first man in to the offensive zone to be Swag Panda, to set up the plays, right? Because you'll have ID Faye as third man back, and if that's the case, if you rotate correctly and get that first shot off, the Myers Park defense is strong enough to get the first save, and the follow-up is going to be ID Faye to tap it in. I think Myers Park knew that and were able to adjust accordingly. So now it's at the Rocky River. Like you said, they've got to make that same adjustment. Maybe not the same exact adjustment, but they need to make an adjustment the same way in order to really bring it back and get themselves into tip-top shape here, Monkey Man.
Yeah, very true. But on the other side of that, we get to see what these teams are able to do in the STEM side. Who was able to be the better when it came down to finding all the bugs and all the love? Let's go to the judges to find out who took it this week.
It's week 5, and we are back to varsity STEM action here. This time, Rocky River taking on Myers Park in the game development pathway. Let's start, Malcolm, with Rocky River. They were judging that cool Myers Park game, Knights of the Realm. So they found a bug. They can't come back in the game without refreshing. I thought that was good work. Great UAT in there. Info on what the towers do. I thought that was another good idea. You know, that way, again, giving more depth and storyline to the game itself. The leaderboard, absolutely good idea, and we need to be able to see that again, tracking towards playability. This is really the last week before a 2-week push and sprint by these teams to launch this to the public. So whatever you're going to do in your baseline design needs to be done now.
Yeah, I mean, this game looks really solid. Like you said, finding the bug is really crucial. I think we're just going to need to see some more development from this team.
That's exactly right. I think this has the potential to be a really cool game. Just need to see more of how is it going to work, how's it going to be played. Which brings us over to Myers Park, the creators of this game. However, the UAT kind of reviewers of the Rocky River game were inception in this, you know, very deep, super hard. So they showed us that leaderboard not functional there as a placeholder, and placeholder could have been better. I thought that this review was pretty powerful and not in a good way for Rocky River, because all the things we've seen and thought were cool kind of maybe were a little bit smoke and mirrors when they showed us, look, nothing happens when you do this. You can go off the screen. Like, those are some material bugs. This Rocky River team started so strong, and then as the weeks passed, really, we had a lot of questions that we couldn't quite put our finger on. Now we're sitting here looking at this in the hands of somebody else, and we saw a lot of big challenges, no win-loss condition. You can't hide when others are reviewing the functionality of your game.
Yeah, I mean, that pointing out that bug that you can't actually lose. I mean, this whole time we've been watching this game, seeing how cool it is. You know, it's a Space Invaders clone, and it's missing like the one most important thing about how, you know, spaceships crash into it. Yeah. So I don't know. You know, we're not weighing this too heavily on, you know, did you show us what? Did you try to hide stuff from us in your videos? But it does. I'm almost leaning towards, you know, giving 2 points to. I already forgot the name of the school. Myers Park. Myers Park. I'm almost leaning towards giving 2 to Myers Park, but I'm going to go 1-1.
You're going 1-1. Well, I think I'm going bad cop on this one because 1, it was a great catch. And 2, they had a pretty good game review on the other side of it. And I hope this is a wake-up call to Rocky River that in the next 2 weeks, you have one of the coolest games that's there. You've been pulling a little smoke and mirrors on us for the last couple weeks. You've got 2 weeks to get real serious. And I hope to see when we hit week 6 after this spring break stretch to see something really cool there. And Myers Park, your game almost seems playable. But you've got to put in this extra effort over this next 2-week period before this hits the public so that people will actually play it. I think you've got a potential for a game that could go viral. So that's going to take us right here. Rocky River 1, Myers Park 3.
We see it. Myers Park has done it. They have broken the 2-2 curse that we've seen so many times. And I mean, this actually, you know, is a good representation. Their presentation was great. Play testing as well and delivery. I mean, I think that Myers Park really did put on a show when it comes to the video they submitted this week.
You know, maybe we're going to see the opposite series score. You get a 3-1 for Myers Park. Maybe it's going to be a 3-1 for Rocky River. It's going to depend on how this pace will be set, because as soon as Myers Park was establishing good pace of play and good challenge game at the very beginning of game number 3, it's just like Rocky River was not able to respond. They need to slow things down, take control, find these challenges. That one's gonna be very much off the mark, but it's good to be able to see them already looking for infield passing to start getting Myers Park on their heels.
continuously make and challenge the squad, and there's Swag Panda, credited for being the assist man, able to step up in goal scoring as well and do big things here for Rocky River to get them off in the right direction here in a game that they can close out in.
Ooh, Corona-san was actually looking for that one to either go high or come a little bit more mid. They had slowed down to not launch after the next strike that was forthcoming. So great use of just putting that in a placement where you couldn't be able to find the striker. So maybe finding another one. Will they crash the box? ID Faye does so and tries to drop it through. Good save by Zauer! But another one's coming up as well. I think the Panda called up Perk, but good defense to make sure that this doesn't get worse.
That was incredible. Backwards was Zauer, able to flip into it. No panic in the game in defense of Myers Park. That was literally the attribute that I named out. That was the difference maker in that game number 3. We'll see if it continues here in game number 4. So far, so good. The only problem is they're still down 1-0 as Rocky River did take that early lead, and they keep pressing as well. I mean, that could have been a 2-0 game here at this point, but instead, it'll be Myers Park trying to settle it down. You know, eventually they're going to have to press forward, and right now they're just not getting the necessary touches to do so.
Yeah, it just kind of seems like they're maybe not just scared. They're not apprehensive about this. It's just they want to establish some level of control. And you saw that from Zauer earlier. They were really trying to take those ground to air dribbles. Same thing with Zero a moment ago. And it's going to be Crow that does rock all the way back, but they're in a very awkward position as both are kind of just lateral to this ball and they're trying to just not get off their rotation. Whereas otherwise, Rocky River is roller coastering all the way around each other. That's a strike on target. And it's going to force Zero to have to leap from that top 90.
Swag Panda's been impressive in this series. This is definitely their breakout series, and another touch forward. A 3-on-0, but Perk couldn't find the angle on it. And so the chance goes by the wayside of Rocky River, who could have a comfy lead here in their closeout game, but instead, Myers Park, by the skin of their teeth, I mean, they have lucked out, quite frankly, to still be in this 1-0 deficit.
Yeah, you had one good defensive play, and then you had Casper's Ghost that was just too spoopy to be able to get through. So at the midway mark here of game number 4, Rocky River really has kind of given some charity over to Myers Park as they have not fallen any further, but still these counterplays can be very opportunistic if you can be able to leap upon them. Zero with a big win, but that's going to be another one that can't be found on the opposite side of the car. They see Zauer getting bumped through some of his own teammates, and now Crow, that just leaves it alone. You have to have Zauer again step up to the plate to the near side post rotation, and looking for some boost. You're going to have Perk have to retreat all the way back, so they're going to leave it up to Swag for the challenge. It just doesn't win it, but that midfield line has been so tough to get beyond by Myers Park. They finally find some grass.
They do, and Rocky River is going for some chances that maybe they should step away from. They're trying to maybe get ahead of themselves in what they're capable of doing mechanically, and that almost kind of worked against them here. But Myers Park need to take advantage when that happens, and they get behind the last defender. Crow going to try to tap it across, but ID Faye does a great job positionally to stay sound. This hits to the top of the box. Zero the shot. He finds its way through. Minute 37, and they've tied it at 1.
You can say that was zero chance of missing because it was Zero who had the chance to take it. Perk just all of a pixel or so away off of the barrel roll, and they are able to find it opposite end of them. So tied at 1, 93 seconds remaining. The Ravens have anything but a sure win on this series. This set up by Crow, but it's picked up by Panda.
Panda back on it now. And is Zauer able to touch away from him? But ID Faye, great job to step up and support. Perk's there, the bouncer, Zero with a save. Able to dig it out. ID Faye off the back wall looking for somebody, but Zero taps it out. Myers Park, free net. Swag Panda able to recover and just enough speed and boost in the tank to beat out that chance from Myers Park.
Panda went and got the boost at the midfield, and that was the only reason he won that foot race, and the counterplay wasn't able to turn into another goal. So good heads-up play, being able to outspeed your opponent and get there in the nick of time when the defense needed it most. Crow crashing the box into the corner. You see one up there as well. I think that was Zauer, as Zero's just waiting around for that next chance. Now Crow's all the way back. Zauer trying to disrupt. Zero right in the midst of it, and they do get the takeaway from Panda. Perk over into the box, and now ID Faye staying all the way back into that corner. Sub 40 seconds remaining. It is up to Myers Park to be able to get this one into a tied series. Game 5 maybe available. Half minute to go, though. We're still tied.
Myers Park looking strong, but Rocky River has had an answer every single time. It looks like Myers Park is going to strike through. And ID Faye with some good speed will come back down to try and challenge Zero to it. He beats him to the boost. That'll leave Myers Park in a compromising position here, but Zaller does a great job. The freshman bumps off him as well. This one bouncing back towards the back wall. ID Faye back out, 5 seconds left. Looking for Perk there, Zero will shut it down. This one's still in the air, but a double commit from Zero for Rocky River, and it will be in overtime here in game number 4. Myers Park trying to stay alive.
Does Rocky River win it off the kickoff? You bet they will! Oh my goodness! They had a chance. 4 seconds, a ricochet, and a defensive attempt that all went wrong. They sent two, Crow diving for the chance, but they just couldn't get on the backside of the ball. Rocky River Ravens are rocking and rolling. They're on a 3-win streak through the last 3 weeks, and they take this one 3-1.
And credit them in their defense and really their proactive defense to only allow 2 shots in that last game by Zero alone. And so shut down everybody else. Even Zaller, who was making big plays earlier in the series, was completely shut down as well. And listen, it wasn't, a very methodical play that won it for him. But at the end of the day, I mean, you continue to put pressure on. You built and established the lead early in the match, and then you were able to follow that up with a lot of teamwork. And basically every goal for Rocky River, I will say it again, was assisted. And so, of course, naturally, my prediction here that, you'll have a team come in and accomplish that upset. And Myers Park, unfortunately, on the wrong side of it here today.
Hey, if there's anything that Wednesdays and that series for Rocky River share, it's W's, and they earned that one. Congratulations over to the Ravens as they are able, I guess, to take some vengeance. They didn't exactly like being given a 1-3 loss, I guess, in the STEM competition, but they get a 3-1 win over Myers Park, who really both these teams, they were at 2-2, they now flipped 2-3, 3-2. They're looking pretty good, and it's just about how they're able to bounce back on the Myers Park side going into next week.
100%. I mean, it was just maybe, like I said, that Ardrey-Kell loss, or the loss against Ardrey-Kell, maybe put them in a funk a little bit. And so it's up to them to break out of it. I thought they were about to until Rocky River was able to shut them down. Credit in the world to Rocky River. ID Faye was huge in the series. Swag Panda, even bigger. I mean, I listed Perk and ID Faye. That was the one thing I got wrong, was that, they weren't just a duo. It was Swag Panda that stepped up and really made a name for himself as well. This team just clicked on all cylinders. Again, Rocky River looking strong. It's now 3 in a row for them. Well, when we come back, it'll be Huff facing off with the Butler Bulldogs on the other side of this break. Hail Monkey Man and Bearlight back with you on the CMS Esports and STEM League. And we had such a good matchup. I know it only went to 4, but I mean, that had the marks of a great series overall. Hail Monkey Man. We move on to the next one, which should pretty much go the same way. I mean, Huff facing off with Butler here, who actually lost to that hot Rocky River team last week and looking to bounce back.
I do and am curious and concerned about Butler going into this one, because the last time that we got to see this squad, they were at one point undefeated. And then after that bye week, they hit I mean, it's Rocky Road, a Rocky River, if you will. And maybe it was just rapids that these Bulldogs weren't able to contain. But opposite of that, Huff has been able to bounce back. They did suffer an 0-3 by JT Williams before. At this point, because they're undefeated, that's kind of expected. But the Huskies really want to be able to get into a better position now, and I think they could do so. I think this is 2-2, but they're actually into a 3-1 position, and I mean, that was a heck of a picture for Bear, by the way. That was just pace their resistance look so good.
I saw myself on the monitor, gave myself 2 thumbs up there. But we're in the gameplay now. Again, Huff looking to build up something. I mean, JT Williams is their only loss coming in, right? So they're 3-1, and in addition to that, I mean, Adapt has been such a dynamic player. And so, yeah, it definitely, it's kind of, concerning for Butler. I think you're right. Coming back and losing to Rocky River, and they might have had a rocky road that's making me hungry for ice cream. But anyways, I digress. It is into game number 1 here, as Ghost Adapt, again, going to challenge this defense, who looks to be a little bit antsy here. Couldn't quite find it, but neither could Jeremiah on that shot.
If there's anyone that I'm looking to be consistent for Huff, it's Boy Wonder. Boy Wonder has really kind of been that the ace in the hole, not to make too much light of Ginger Ace as well, but same thing with Ghost. I mean, you get to see Ghost in the chat. They're very active with their projects as well as with their team. So both those players for Huff really have established a ton of extra pressure. Eclipse is also one for Butler, who provided some good consistency defensively, but it's Super Ghost that's able to toot his way to a first goal.
Was able to indeed. As they push forward, Supra was able to just go bar down and adapt. And when he's trying to get to it, couldn't quite swing it out to the corner. And it was a solid shot, great placement, and a great start from Butler, who's looking to quiet us as far as our concerns are. Now this little bounce back to challenge. Jeremiah has to get a quick touch as well. We'll play back down to a teammate where they can get a big clear and try to start from there. But Adapt right back on it now. We'll try the ceiling shot and has it. What a shot from Adapt. And that's why we call him a playmaker here. He's evened it at 1.
What a just slot in. Devi Thick just can't find it, and then completing your run regardless of what the defense is going to do. You can have your teammates respond to it, but otherwise just go and complete your rep. Get up there, go to the ceiling, bring down that hot one, and that gets tied at 1 with more than 90 seconds ticked off the clock. If there's also something to think about for these Butler Bulldogs, one player they didn't have consistently throughout that previous series in week number 3 was Supra. So I do wonder if that's going to be the difference maker as they're playing him early and often here against Huff.
Yeah, you can tell he's ambitious, but everybody was ambitious on that play. A little bit too much. Triple commits will not get it done. Huff was basically gifted a present at that point, but they will take it nonetheless. 2-1 is the scoreline with 3:10 left.
That's the magical triple commit right there. Everyone creates a wave. They just go up. They basically open this gap, and then you're left with the final defender, which is the Casper's Ghost, which we did see get a save in the previous series. So I was wondering if that was going to come back, rear its ugly head, but that one's just a little too free. And Butler, I'm thinking, needs to just be able to calm down. It seems like the comms are a little bit rough.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And this time the Ghost is on the other side of the field, ready to go to Adapt. To try and continue to really play the Huff style, which is continuously just pound Butler with these shots. I mean, the triple commit's actually very difficult to pull off, even more so some of the good things that might happen. So Butler, I'm sure, it's not that concerning overall in that one play, but they do need to kind of clean it up a little bit defensively, and you can tell the patience is getting a little bit stronger here as Huff continues to be stuck in this corner, can't quite break through, and so Boy Wonder is going to go high with it instead, although it will challenge the box. It won't do more than that as Debbie allowed the chance to push out.
And then whenever you see Butler, I guess, kind of calming things down and getting their defense in proper positions, Huff also has recognized that, and they back off. They send one to kind of try and vivisect this defense. A great pickup. Boy Wonder trying for another. It's going to go a little bit too powerful from corner to corner, but they can very much adapt and be able to kind of mirror what Butler is doing, but just from an offensive scope. Jeremiah looking for an air dribble bump. They're trying for an extra touch to get over the defense, but Eclipse was able to just get enough of it. A double commit, but W Thick finally finds one to scoop out.
Yeah, and Adapt, I mean, credit, goes to Adapt for being patient in that you could tell the comms to leave it for Jeremiah, who had a game plan with it and almost caused enough, panic in the Butler defense in order to create a play. It did not quite pan out that way on the results side, but they continue to ride this 2-1 lead as Boy Wonder now will sit here to be able to beat one to it, but will not beat Ghost Adapt. He's got a 50-50 that plays back towards the Butler ends. Now challenged to it by Supra, who has been making a difference, but will it be enough here late as Butler continues to press in and try to create chances? In a roll one, we'll leave it to a 2v2 here for the next goal at least.
Looks like they actually do trap Supra in the rule one. So, F's in the chat if you're wanting Butler to continue to be establishing. They are actually saying good luck, have fun to one another as they're just sitting on the sideline, basically continuing that. So we go to 2v2. Ghost Adapter is going to try and run it down with Jeremiah, maybe elongate this lead. Who is better in this kind of individual 2v2 setup? You would think maybe Supra has that individuality about it. It's going to be Ghost Adapt. Yep, I was thinking that they had this kind of proclivity towards this style of offense, so it turns into a 2-goal lead for Huff.
And I was thinking in my head, I was like, the worst thing that could happen to Butler right now would be another triple commit or even another double commit. Apparently, the worst thing to happen to them is a rule one. So I did not see that coming because Supra, when they locked nose to nose, I mean, Supra has been one of those players that has amped up the energy for Butler to some degree. So I think I'm off the pitch there for a 2v2 via the rule one was not exactly what Butler needed. They still have a little bit of time here, but they continuously play backwards as, Huff will just play deep and chase. They're not afraid to do that with a lead.
This is the antics, the fun, the personality that exists within this game. It's not on the caster bingo card often to see that Rule 1 come up, and then when it is, everyone has a great time. And it's great to see the camaraderie and the sportsmanship really kind of present that opportunity. Butler has no ability to be able to get 2 points. It'd be really cool if there was like a last-second chance to be able to do so, but Huff will be able to take game number 1 in 3-1 fashion, and they honestly did it from before Super was all locked down. So I give a lot of credit to them, but I mean, they got the job done for the majority of that game.
No doubt. Butler started off strong, but overall, if you look and take into consideration the full 5 minutes, and it was, in fact, overall one from the start there from Huff to really establish a little bit of a presence that was too much to handle for Butler overall. So, I mean, Huff really played the full 5 minutes, and they'll continue to press into game number 2 and hope to do the same. Before we get into game number 2, we got some stim to get to. Let's check it out now as the first submission comes from the Bulldogs. Let's check out what Butler was able to put together for their Week 5 challenge.
Hello, this is the Butler Sim Team, and this is our feedback for Independence's chess PvP. We'll start out with some positives. We liked how it was a modern spin on a game people know, so it'd be easy to pick up and access for anyone of all ages. We also enjoyed the UI. It was very intuitive, the chessboard looked great, easy to tell which square was what, and it looked amazing. The transition was really good. A lot of people to not be caught off guard, a lot of people to let them know they're going to a fight. Really made it kind of obvious what was going on, so we liked that a lot as well. The stage looked great. We loved the pink aesthetic to it, and we also liked the platforms that allow for dynamic and interesting fights instead of repetitive and one-dimensional ones. So, some suggestions we have. We would like proper fight balancing implemented, so queen versus pawn. That'll be something you have to really mess up to lose that, because obviously on the chessboard, a queen's a lot more valuable than a pawn, so you don't want that to be a skewed fight one way. We'll also like to see bug fixes added, which I'm sure you guys will do over time. The board resetting, obviously one of them. Just sometimes the transition would just not pop up as well, so we'll look into fixing that as well. But also maybe like a potentially shorter transition or a skip button. If you like to play a blitz game or something, just get past it. You don't wait 10 seconds every time. It get kind of annoying over time. There's potential features to add. An elo system or matchmaking would be really cool. Something similar to chess.com would really bring popularity to your game. A training mode to practice fighting outside of the normal chess battle would be also great for a skill gap, just getting people to keep playing when they don't know who to play against. Custom backgrounds, another layer of customization, and just letting people feel like the the game is theirs. And chess.com also has that. Music's sound effects just make it a little bit more entertaining for the user, keep them engaged in your game more, keep them playing for longer. And thank you for listening. Bye.
You know, who doesn't like the game of chess besides me, who's only won maybe 1 or 2 times in their life?
Hey, checkers gang, rise up. All I'm
That's
saying.
right, baby. Let's go.
Let's go. I played internet checkers before you guys knew what internet was. All right, that was one of the default game types that we had on. What was it, Microsoft 98? I think. No, wait. Windows 2000. I don't know. Whatever. Either way. I love the incorporation of being able to find not only bugs, but the pros and cons that come with some of these responses between these schools. So really cool. And also, I didn't realize that, you know, it is chess PvP, that there would be a lot of game balancing between pawn and queen. I thought queen would just be dominant in that meta.
You would think so, for sure. But maybe it's a twist on the game that we haven't seen so far. And for us, Huff, putting a little bit of a curveball here as they get the 1-0 lead. I know Butler struck early last time around, but Huff came out and the Huskies have themselves an early lead, established themselves in a relatively lower scoring game here. I mean, we've almost reached the 2-minute mark already, and we still sit here, but right when I see that, Boy Wonder gets on the board. You were talking him up a little bit earlier that he needs to play consistently, and kickoff goal will work for him.
Hey, you know, whatever way to get some confidence, as well as I need to make note of this, Butler, as a program, as a school, as a team, is unafraid of rotating their players. They do that between Run It Back and Eclipse, and last week we saw it with Super as well. And I don't think they had the same 3 or 4, except for maybe it's like not in consecutive games until like the very end of that best of 5 series. So I do wonder where they want to find their strengths here, because Eclipse, you know, they leave the pitch. They were a pretty good defensive rock for this squad, and right now it is 3 inside of the first, well, just outside the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, right when I started talking about how it's a defensive game, they just popped off, and maybe that's a reason why, right? But yeah. I think it shows that Butler has some depth, but what they might be lacking currently is that one difference maker, right? The real playmaker that can step up. Can it be Supra was the question that we alluded to earlier, and I thought they, you know, did a decent job to prove that they can be in game number 1 until he was shut down in the Rule 1, of course. But just need a little bit more, right? And so it's good to have this depth, especially in a very young league, in a very young program, in the Butler Esports program. So they'll have players to work with that each bring something new to the table. So you like that for Butler. What you don't like is being down 1-0 in the series and 3-0 in game 2.
Yeah, that's not like I like the kind of establishing my extra chemistry, being able to find. Oh no, Supra was looking at a shot that he would never want to take, but just being able to kind of go through some experimentation. But when it comes to competition time, that's really when you want to have your best foot forward, and especially just establishing yourself in a position where you don't have to be guessing and checking. Wow. Okay. Calculated. That one gets the calculated emo. That's what happened to me again. Yep.
100%. The tap down, and what was it, Sad Jr. in Kronovi back in the day? Or I forgot what happened and transpired in that play, but it was just like a bounce off a teammate and in. That's what it reminded me of there, and Huff will take it.
Sometimes it just happens. It's just Rocket League. It just goes forward. Debbie Thick, able to stop the first. Ghost didn't think about being able to get another one, but they do pass eventually over to Jeremiah. Great crash as Supra is able to at least get a piece of the ball. Right now, Butler without Eclipse has been a shadow of their former selves, but they at least have time in this series. With less than 100 seconds to go, it's just been boomer ball. And this one will not be on target, but it will have an established extra try as Jeremiah will follow up from Boy Wonder. And really, this has been Butler kind of receiving, but not methodically being able to do much more. Until this play, if they can find it off the backboard, they do push forward. They at least get one with time remaining.
And that was the first time in this game that, you know, they started to feel it defensively. They got a couple of saves, and, you know, when you are able to get those chances defensively and think defensive-minded first, to some degree, whenever you get room the other way, you start to really step up in support and be confident that somebody's behind you defensively in case something were to go wrong. So that confidence is built, and they're able to establish and at least get a goal here. Is it enough to bring it back here in game number 2? That's yet to be seen, although they are pressing forward. The shot a little high, And Boy Wonder will chip it out or try to, but Super has kept this pedal on the ground. Devi trying to get back to it. Again, chips it across, but no intended target here, and Huff will kill more time.
Pedal meet floor, metal meet clang, as that continues to just be the sound that we hear from the Huff corner. Run it back, trying to get them their wheels underneath them has been very difficult to do. Big demos traded between both these sides. 35 seconds to go. Butler would need a short form of a miracle to be able to get into this game, but right now with a 3-goal lead, that one's going to be bouncing over top and should be finished off. The post will give a nice assist. Jeremiah finds a 5th, so Huff, very dominant form. You got to think, after the trade-in for these players, it's not that the player is any worse, but this dynamic really isn't working for the Bulldogs.
That's exactly right. I mean, it's been the theme of the night, is right. Players have their strengths, and right now it's just not the combination that seems to be working for Butler. It was a lot closer in the last game. That being said, they were able to get one back here, and Supra has been a shining light in what's otherwise been a bit of a downslide here for Butler. So, but gets one on the board here. 22 seconds left, long shot, but you got to play for it. And you have to try and work that into game number 3 and at least have some W's on the board here when we talk about those little wins that happened during the game.
I was concerned about this mostly just because I saw the Game 5 antics whenever we were in the previous week, but it's me, Boy Wonder. It does finish this one off, and I think it was a nice touch out from Ghost, who just put it down straight lane after it was running back trying for a clear. Jeremiah was looking for the redirect. Boy Wonder just stayed in position, but yeah, like you said, if there's anyone that they need to kind of really guide or have be a shepherd for the Bulldogs, it's got to be Supra. He's got to be that mainstay, and it has continued to stay on the field, but you have to have the right kind of support set around them. This one's going to go to the backboard. They can't quite get to the Barcelona. They're going to let this go 6-3. Everyone's looking for game number 3 as Huff, I mean, they should be able to run this one out. 4 seconds to go. I don't think the math is in Butler's favor.
Definitely not. One goal per second, possible, doable, if you don't go for the kickoff on the other end. So, and they went for the kickoff. So Butler will drop this one. Huff will move to 2-0 in the series and look to close out. And run it back. Did eventually get involved in that play and was able to strike through on an opportunity after Supra had set it up. So that's what you need, right? A facilitator, which is what we've seen from Supra to some degree, but you also need somebody to step up and support in that way. So again, I say it all the time, step in the right direction, but you need a couple more to get to where you're going.
Very true. But we also got another step in the right direction of where we're going, as we're going to see the other side of this STEM competition. Instead of being the Butler Bulldogs, or rather, instead of being Huff, we're actually going to see it with the Patriots of Independence. Let's check them out.
Hello, my name is Floppa from Independence, and I'm reviewing Super Destructible Dungeon. The game itself is very nice, and I love the layout and art. The game itself is a really good challenge, even for someone like me who plays a lot of shooter games and does very well in games in general. Despite the very good game idea and art, it didn't make up for the bugs that were involved with it. For some reason, I couldn't even get past level 2 into the very end and run back up. There were 2 more interesting bugs in level 2 which I experienced. When I went up against the wall in level 2, I could go straight to it and kind of climb it in a way. So that is definitely a collision fix that needs to happen. And also when I got to the very edge of the screen, my sword would not direct in the direction of my mouse, and it would kind of be in this weird area. The last bug I would like to tell you about is that the enemies got stuck on walls, and the enemies could not see the character behind them. I would suggest some improvements in the future, such as getting rid of the exit button on both of the dying screen and menu screen, and I would instead add a how to play or like an about section to the game. The last thing I would suggest is a menu that would pop up when you press escape in order to get back to the game, or even just restart it in general. Thank you for listening, and I hope this feedback does you well for your game. Thank you and have a great day.
Okay, but the enemy is killing one another. Is that a problem? I feel like that's unique. You could strategize and try to get them to kill each other.
Yeah, honestly, that's a feature. That stays. That's really good, because you can do the same thing off Dark Souls. I'm just saying, looking for another shot. Now, let's see who's actually staying into this lobby, because you had running back that was brought back into game number 2, Devythik that stayed. And okay, so this is the same trio. I think they're trying to give more reps over to running back, maybe allow them to kind of get their game speed underneath them, because maybe that's the main 3 they're looking to use, but they've also got to do that very, very quickly against a team in Huff that has stayed with their main trio and has been consistently been able to find the back of the net.
Definitely, but running back has also taken steps forward in the last game. I know the results aren't there to back Butler in that way, but running back has been much more confident, it would seem. But seeing to get back, Super does have just enough. And I was going to say in the tank, but it looked like they were boostless and just rode their supersonic in order to get back to that one. So just enough to get to it. And we'll keep Butler at this even mark. Now running back, a good pass. Super, a chance. Oh, couldn't quite connect. This will just fall to the defenders of Huff, who have been a little bit reluctant. It looks like they're giving a lot of room to Butler, maybe a little bit of respect there, which is kind of interesting, seeing as they've really, I'll say it, they've been the better team so far in the series.
They really have, and that's not anything of ish to be taken for one squad or another. It's just simply at this moment they have been able to do so. We have 2 wins because of it, and you can see that very, very plainly. But just as you were describing a moment ago, there is a slowness that's kind of infected Huff. Haven't really seen them try to do more, but I was told a long time ago, slow can be fast when you're talking about execution of these plays in Rocket League, and Huff seems to be trying to really use that ideal into its greater value. That one's gonna be slowed down, and all 3 defenders of Butler are just kind of waiting to field it. And haven't really seen any big demos to open up space. Huff is just kind of taking open pot shots. They're seeing if they can be able to bait Butler as much as they can to come to them. But we're at 0s at the mid-mark here of game 3.
Yeah, and there's no reason to change the way you played in the last game when you went up 6-3 against this exact same combination of players. So, I mean, an interesting dynamic to Huff's gameplay right now to allow it to happen. I'm not saying it's wrong either, because Butler is really been susceptible to those double commits. And so, you might as well play that patient game and eventually break through when they break down. Just like that. Huff up 1-0 in this one.
It took 1 extra touch. You see this defense. Everyone is on the floor. Devythik is on the ground, and so is Super, who did not go up to the backboard. And that would have been a tough read regardless. Maybe they could go to sidewall and otherwise, but it's just down main boulevard striking. The bouncers are so hard to read, especially when they're just kind of consistently and consecutively going from high wall to low, just underneath crossbar level. So good look. Super looking for a double tap as they have this opening kickoff rotation. That's going to go sidewall, and Super is calling for assistance, but now he's just going to slow things down so Devythik can come up here and make a challenge.
Touchdown from Super to try and settle. We'll find Debbie. Good pass. Now it's when you need to jump out and maybe get a bump instead of that redirect. But, I mean, it almost worked for Butler anyways. This one will fall aimlessly back down. Run it back. Was able to fake one out with that attempt to jump up in the air. Whether it's intentional or not, it worked temporarily as Huff will eventually jump back to it. And Supra bested by Adapt. He's back out. This one will bounce, challenge Devi. He'll just loosely play it out in front. The shot off the bar. Oh, a chance for Huff to go up 2-0 now. And Butler, and they're going to be kissing that goalpost there as it will bail him out. And now an opportunity back the other way as this one will pop high. And Ninja out of the play currently. And back to the box it goes. A good save from Jeremiah to keep the 1-0 lead.
There is some sweaty hands on steering wheels right now for Huff, as they actually had a couple of chances by Butler to just be put into a 1-1 tie ball game instead of the 1-0 advantage they currently have. Jeremiah looking for a chance to get it over to Ghost, but Ninja will actually stay all the way back. We didn't even establish that was a trade-in by Huff as they brought in a new third. Ghost, though, trying to be able to take that frontside corner boost. They don't get boost or ball, and they're going to have to rotate away on an empty tank. Running back will elevate. We have a half minute to go, Bear. It's been 1-0. Maybe trying to slow things up, go to the sidewall. Everything's gonna crash through, and they're gonna be able to find a top 90. Hey, we're tied late anyway.
Oh man, perfect setup as well. As Supra able to put it to the back wall. You saw the shades.
I did. I didn't know that was a thing.
I didn't either. Apparently that's a new addition to Rocket League. Love seeing that. See the little cards. And Butler loves to see Debbie coming through as well. I mean, hasn't been a name we called often, but when you need a shot to be labeled top corner, that's the time to do it. Goes to Dap, though, trying to get it back for Huff. Bump out of the way, the shot high, though! And now Jeremiah couldn't get the shot off either. And now this will be 8 seconds left on the clock where Butler's going the other way. And Supra up in the air, flip, reset the touch, almost got it! It's still up in the air, but then hits the ground. Butler almost put that game away.
Oh, there was a freebie after the goalie bump to put it through. They absolutely go too wild on it, and then Supra looking for the biggest clip of this current week to try and do it. Does it just fall through like that?
No.
That's the ending? Sure. It'll be 2-1, 3-0 for Huff. Huskies able to take the series, but poor Bulldogs, they had a chance. Oh.
They really did. I was so hyped to see them and potentially close that with Alliance. Unfortunately, that's just the way it goes sometimes. And it's Ninja, the third that comes in place of Boy Wonder, who we called out a couple of times during the series. Gets some reps himself, or gets a rep at least, and was able to make 3 saves and get the MVP in that last match as well. So talk about depth on the Butler side. Well, Huff's got a little bit of depth of their own.
Yeah, and I like the idea that they are bringing them in a kind of a safe spot. You are at a 2-0 advantage. Why not allow some of your extra teammates to say, you know what, we have time. If it goes kind of weird, we go to game 5, then guess what? We bring Boy Wonder back. But, you know, sometimes it's all about a 1-rep max, and they're able to really max out, maybe get a personal record off of that one too. But, hey, job well done. Huskies are able to get this one, Bear.
Yeah, they were able to close out just in time. So plus from them on this front. Again, it's Huff on top on the Rocket League side. But this time it's Butler. Again, they went up against Independence because Huff has already created their game. That was Season 0. So obviously it would be weird if they face each other. So Butler on the STEM side was able to face Independence. Let's see if Butler had a little bit more success on the STEM side with the results. We'll toss it over to the judges now to find out.
Week 5 varsity STEM action. We are here now with Butler versus Independy. That is the app. No, game dev. Yeah, I tricked you almost there. In this week 5 UAT Inception week, where it's the hardest judging week of them all. Let's start with Butler, Malcolm. The chess PvP game by Independence, reviewed by Butler. I like that they listed out the positives, negatives, potential features for the team to be able to see. That's a great piece for, you know, doing UAT, doing QA work, that the team that built it can take it back and make changes. I didn't like how they didn't show the gameplay and the examples of where it was broke. Like, I think this was one of the only teams that didn't show any gameplay that are there. But that's kind of
they put some chess icons in a presentation.
That is true, but this is about showing us the game's in somebody else's hands.
Yep.
For the first time. And this chess one was one that I really wanted to see how this thing functioned. I wanted somebody to tear it up because we had a lot of questions. How does the PvP work, right? They missed a huge opportunity right there to really go into that thing.
Yeah, I was excited about that, but
it didn't happen.
Didn't happen.
All right, well, let's go over to Independence. This is the Super Destructible Dungeon game. The bugs that were shown, playability. I thought this was a good review because it kind of showed me the strength of the other game, right? I think this is a cool playable game, but they showed us some real bugs of like the sword not working when you go over on this side of the screen, and kind of the being able to walk up on the wall. Like, those are really, you know, tactical pieces of feedback that are really necessary to fix before this thing goes out.
I also don't see anything that's super destructible here yet. That I thought I saw that video in some of the other videos, but I don't see it here in this review video. Is that
unsure? Again, they maybe. I think they've got to. Well, that's a good question. How much is this all playable from what we've seen in the past? And what's the thing you're going to add over these next 2 weeks, really, to make it playable when that works? I think we see another bug there. So what do you think?
I think I'm going to go good cop on this one and go 1-1. We'll see what you do.
Yeah, I mean, this is tough because I think I've almost got to go 2 points to Independence. I wasn't super blown away. I was pleasantly pleased with Independence's review, and I couldn't believe that Butler didn't show me and tear apart the gameplay of one of the coolest games that I am skeptical actually fully works. So,
yeah, and I mean, if that
sucks.
was Independence's fault, they should have blamed them for that.
Exactly,
not getting linked,
exactly,
who knows?
exactly. So that's gonna take us out here, guys. You got 2 weeks to bring this thing ready to market, ready to launch to the general pop. So do not leave anything on the table after this. Week 5, though, the score is going to be 1 point Butler, 3 points Independence.
All right, the Patriots. Look at the scorecard. Won in every single fashion, and it got a 3-1. So Independence, the Patriots, used to be good at football.
That coming as a true Panthers fan. Oh,
Listen,
my God.
Again, that's the perfect time to say thank you to Tepper Entertainment for sponsoring this stream as well, and sponsoring the CMS League as well as a whole. But no, the Independence Patriots are also very good at football, so I guess it makes sense those go hand in hand. Also good at STEM. My goodness, that was a great presentation. I think they earned every little bit of that 3-1.
Very true. And of course, these guys are, it's an interesting judge weekend, or rather judge week, because you're judging the judgment of the other team based on what they found into your bugs and your system and how playable it is. So this is a really good situation, because not only do you get live functional testing of independent testing, which is so much better than, with, even if you don't mean to, everyone that is, it's their program, their application, that you have a little bit of bias. So getting an unbiased look at your product and finding that some of these teams and some of these groups that are able to do it just a little bit better are a little bit more prepared. So hopefully they take that and run with it, because that's a bit of a wake-up call, especially because you're going to have spring break. I'm sure you're going to spend all that on your project, right?
That's 100%, right? You're not, no rest here, no breaks. No, of course, enjoy your vacation, but also be working. Never be sleeping on your projects. Love, of course, all the effort we've seen so far. For Butler, they got independent testing, and they also got independence testing. Does that give them a 1-up?
Yeah, especially because how well they did. So hey, you get basically 2 plus 1s, even though you got 1.
Exactly. You get a plus nonetheless, so you love to see it. We have our marquee matchup coming up after a break here. So, Hail Monkey Man, JT Williams, Olympic. We'll talk about it after this break. back live with you as Hail Monkey Man and myself, Bearlight, for the CMS Esports and Stamina League. And we have our marquee matchup of the night here tonight. It is JT Williams facing off with Olympic. Here in this one, Hail Monkey Man, Olympic lost a little bit earlier to Ardry Kell. They're not the perfect 4-0 that they were. This will be a bounce-back effort against JT Williams.
Do we know the score from that? I really want to know. What was the score? What was the series?
It was 3-2. Blosky, can you tell us in chat? 3-1.
3-1. Oh,
in favor of Ardry Kell. So they're able to really take it to Olympic to some degree and take it from them. But we begin game number 1 now of this Best of 5 series.
You know what? That just showcases that the talent here, especially in that top 3 realm, is something to be recognized. But Olympic, they are left looking around for some answers as Ginger Ace was trying for this challenge, but Grassy lays it upon the knoll.
Yeah, he was able to jump out and be successful early. I mean, Nutella is typically the one that gets things amped up and ready to go for JT Williams. But Grassy, now the man on the spot, the man of the hour, the man trying to begin things for the squad. They also have a replacement for Snore in this time around, who likely is not able to make it here tonight. We'll get you the details on that substitution as well. But JT Williams doesn't seem to be affecting them much with this lead.
It doesn't, not yet. JT Williams trying to establish more. They did get kind of a fortuitous challenge, and Grassy has really been the front runner right now, trying to take on a 1v2. That is going to be Fortnite Expert that tries it out alongside the Ginger Ace, and Fortnite Expert honestly was able to be such a good glue piece between Ginger Ace as well as Babytron Lover. But you do have to bean that they have kind of this 4-headed piece. Look at the crash the box, but a big save by Nutella. No, actually, that's Nutella that was gone. I think that was Grassy. So great job being able to get around that corner.
Yeah, it's done it all. Nutella almost got the read as he set it up perfectly off the back wall, but just couldn't quite continue it. Not enough boost to get across, or maybe not enough of an air roll to work his way to that spot. Either way, a rare miss here from Ginger Ace. So at midfield, Fortnite Expert trying to amp back up the pace after a bit of an awkward exchange there at center field. And Nutella to settle it down to the corner. AMM waits for the miss from Fortnite Expert. Now a push and force Bean to hit it sideways. And the bouncer will eventually find Fortnite, who takes a shot. Nutella makes a big save. And Grassy now in the corner will get a touch. And will get a carry here as well. Grassy gets a little bit too far ahead of it. We'll end up catching it instead. AM looks to set up Nutella with that one, but unfortunately, it was a little bit out of his reach. He couldn't quite connect on his shot. So JT Williams will hold on to this 1-0 lead. In Olympic, they're not getting too many chances. They need to generate a little bit more if they want to try and challenge this JT Williams late.
This has been a lot of dump and chase, and I don't mean that from an offensive standpoint. JT Williams has been very methodical about the strikes that they want to be able to take up. Grassy is just looking for one more to actually miss, but they will go into a recovery rotation and will be on that first ledge waiting for the defense, or the attack rather, of Olympic. But Olympic has not really been able to do much more than just see the ball come to them and hope that they can be able to get back to it. Bean, I talked to Mr. Bepic about this. I'm pretty sure that's a Bean Burger over there. You know, they got the burger topper, and he didn't even know what a Bean Burger was. I was so mad.
The veggie burger.
Yeah.
Seriously? Wow.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Didn't know that. Well, sometimes the best things are unplanned, right? And they work out nicely. For JT Williams, they'll look to close out as well. So down to under halftime. Or just past halftime, rather, for JT Williams. They've got the 1-0 lead, and Nutella will push it behind the defensive Olympic again. It feels like they continuously have to chase it into their own defensive end over and over again. As now Nutella, another chip backwards, but Fortnite Expert in the right place. Bean already up, tries to detach it from where Grassy was aiming for it. Instead, will pull it down, and will be shielded by Ginger Ace. And now Nutella, a bit of a mistouch. Luckily, EMM was the only one back as they look the touch out this center. Bean looking to settle down. Fortnite to it as well. We'll catch a demo on the other side of it. Nutella will free up some space for Grassy. He'll go up back wall. Waterfall down. A good save from Ginger Ace as he'll push it and force Nutella backwards yet again on the breakaway. And Grassy able to cause enough chaos to keep it away.
Honestly, the way that you've been saying their name sounds like a truck that's just trying to be able to start, but they can't quite get the turnover to happen. Look for a double tap. That's going to come just off the mark. Bean with a handoff basically over to Ginger Ace. Bean looking to the 45. Fortnite Expert, there's been such a huge amount of both confidence as well as respect for this JT Williams defense. They've not been creeping up whenever there's been some opportunities to do so. Look for the 1-2, and it finally does connect. Fortnite Expert builds a wall, knocks it down, is able to get this one tied up.
And finally, they found a way to generate chances, right? The touch away from the first challenger. JT Williams will get it into your face and force you sideways, one way or another. So you have to make sure that your passes are quick, concise, where you need them to be in order to be effective. So Olympic finally generates a first good, real scoring chance, and they were able to connect on it. Props to Olympic for making this a 1-1 game.
I've been loving how effectively selfish, and not in a great way, that we've seen Grassy also be able to just extend some of this pitch, put that pressure onto the Olympic defense, and that's what JT Williams is really finding more opportunities with, and they will double commit into the sky. So Fortnite and both Dabine need to communicate, because that one could turn into bad looks against them. Very fortuitous that one came off the post and did not bend its way in less than a half minute to go. Fortnite looking for extra touches, maybe one more. They burn through their canister to try and get all the way to it, but that's a great find. I think that gets it out to the midfield. Grassy looking for a application, get back to the ball, and look at this passing. You actually have trying to get one over on target, but Ginger Ray's backflips just in time. Nutella will get credit to it. How did this happen?
Oh my. Back wall, Ginger Ace just desperately tried to touch it out, but that angle forced it. And although they were able to reach out, unfortunately, the touch sent it to the back of their own net. Now they have 10 seconds to try to dig out of that. For your Olympic, you did all of that work, put in all of that effort just to tie up the game late in this one to give it away. And JT Williams back on Olympic off the crossbar there. Now we'll have to keep it alive with a chip, but Nutella gets to it. The Bean will keep it high. Grassy needs to play it down, play it away from a teammate, but the touch from Ginger Rays will not find a teammate themselves. JT Williams win game number 1.
You know, I would think to some degree that Olympic has actually the advantage here, because they've just played against a very tough opponent on the opposite side with Ardrikel, but now they have to be able to bounce back. And when you do that in consecutive series, that's actually very, very rough, but they are at that upper stakes, that very high level of gameplay. But JT Williams, they're fresh off the rock, so they didn't have to deal with going through 4 previous games. Olympic needs to find a way to settle things down. They did, but then they just couldn't be able to really get more offensive chances.
Yeah, that's right. I think they really established themselves early, and JT Williams were able to hold off that Olympic pressure towards the end. The adjustments was made on both ends, and JT Williams just happened to be on the second side of that. So that was game number 1. JT Williams with the advantage here. We have a stem submission kicking it off is the JT Williams team as well, as they show us what they have. They've been great so far. Can they continue it into week number 5?
Yellow YTAG Nation, this week a tough challenge appears. Or should I say a Huff challenge. We will be reviewing Huff's Sustainable Energy app, which allows people to see their carbon footprint, educates them, and plans to connect users to sustainable companies.
Their first great idea is informing the users about sustainable facts and initiatives through news articles. This makes it easy to understand and use. I like how the icons are big, and it looks like there will be scrolling, which we think will be really cool.
The calculator section allows the user to calculate their carbon footprint from their weekly driving miles. This is a great feature to cut down on a big pollution problem, since lack of awareness is a core part of this issue. Also, the settings page is a great addition to the app. When done, it will be very useful. Now, let's look at some improvements that could be made.
The UI, as was mentioned by Huff's team, could be improved. It is fun and consistent, but it could be a little bit more professional.
The next thing that could be improved is the carbon calculator. A direction this could go is to add more ways to see your carbon footprint and add long-term goals and tracking to reduce emissions.
The main page is great for education, and I think that the team could lean into that more. Perhaps a changing article spotlight or a search feature could really add some pizzazz.
There are some other smaller bug fixes and other points, but there's not time to say them all, so Huff, here's my checklist, pause if you need it. Thank you for watching. Huff's app was really cool, and I'll be sure to use it in the future.
Always good at the feedback, and they're able to represent it so well. JT Williams again, another strong submission. Of course, now that we know that they were reviewing Huff's video, that means that Huff will get a chance to try and find any kind of flaws that might be in the JT Williams game. I mean, or in the app rather. So I mean, good luck. I mean, this team has been so solid so far, but maybe that's just a frame, right? A frame of reference for JT Williams. Maybe they're all about presentation. I guess we'll find out when Huff gets their review.
I really do wish I had their video editing skills. Those were really good.
Facts. Absolute facts.
They are so good at presenting. Just got to make sure that that's is to the same level as the gameplay that we're seeing here tonight as JT Williams has that 1-0 series lead. Looking for the immediate turnaround. I like that Nutella is getting a little bit aggressive. There was a lot of reliance early on. I was talking about it from Grassy, really opening up the pitch, a lot of space. A big bump onto Ginger Ace. That forces this into a 2v1, make it a 2v none as they actually have a free shot as they take it away from the defender as they rotate to the corner. Another opening score goes to the Trailblazers.
Nutella could barely read, or at least it seemed like it was an impossible angle to see where his opponent was in order to win that 50-50, and yet somehow he made it look easy. It was basically from his peripherals on the left side, was able to win that 50-50 that started that chance in the first place. Great pitch awareness and a great recognition in order to create that play in the first place. And now JT Williams off to this 1-0 lead. Olympic will have to chase the game yet again.
Great control by Devine. And see, it's these moments right here. I wish that we had just a moment sooner a crash. But you have that elongated extension, and it's hard to be able to read how much good control you get off of your teammate. And that's where the communication has to be able to come in. Grassy's left in an awkward position. They have to be able to get this one off of Devine, and they do. And they force Devine to have to work backwards. And now this is just kind of softball control. But out in open space, Devine does recover. That's going to outpace Nutella, but they do find it onto their nose. So the first 100 seconds will come and go. And really, JT Williams has not been any worse for wear. They double commit into the zone. That's going to be a strike on target, and Ginger Ace has to elevate.
I like the way that Nutella, I mean, there's a lot of players that could learn from Nutella in the way that he's just able to can dictate the pace of play, be there positionally, but also be able to read the play and know when to attack. Yet again, he's down the field with plenty of room. They need a challenge here, and Ginger Ace took his time. This one to the top of the box and a shot in. What a passing play from JT Williams, and they take a 2-0 lead.
It's nearly impossible to see where the third man is on this because you got to see one crossing over and then where Grassy is just going to leap up. Was on the opposite side waiting for this one to leak through, and JT Williams has been so oppressive. Where is my Ginger Ace? They've not been able to do anything because this is constantly JT Williams stuck on their back half.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you create your own chances when you continuously put it behind the Olympic defenders. It's been very methodical. They know what they're doing because Olympic, if they get control, they can do things like this. Far side post, Fortnite couldn't find it. Ginger Ace, the follow-up shot is perfectly placed to the far side. Olympic back within one.
There's my Ginger, mi amor. It was Fortnite that just took away the initial shot and then able to just put it through opposite side. Bang, comes the ace. All right. So, Olympic, they find one, but they allowed two to get through, and now they can't have this be a one-and-done style affair. They have to be able to find some consistency. They get one escape round. They're able to at least make the best of it, and that's what good opportunities are made of, but Nutella has been a completely different beast since the first game.
Yeah, it's been a problem to solve, and I think they've done a good job to just do that and keep Olympic kind of barreled down here. I think Olympic's doing a great job just coming off that loss from Ardrikel and has really bounced back and looked strong, but JT Williams just does all the right things. They're so disciplined in the way they play. And AMMMM almost got another read there. Now tries to cause chaos in the back line too, as he'll just play back into the corner, but he's eliminated off of it with a good demo. It's Devine chasing down Grassy, will return the favor. Left for Ginger Ace, another shot, but a good save again as AMM able to step up in the right moments, but Fortnite Expert keeps the pressure on, and now Olympic are looking a whole lot more like the Olympic that we knew in Season 0 with all this pressure, but it will eventually be relieved as JT Williams will keep it here at center field.
Trying to chase as Nutella is retreating into the corner, and that actually does catch them out of position. This one will be on target, and I was not going to be surprised if it did go through. Ooh. And yet the barrage, the salvo is beginning to open up for JT Williams. Olympic's been able to find some measure of magic, but they're looking to crash it in! Ginger Ace making the best as this one gets fumbled in the corner, and then we're suddenly tied with 69 seconds to go.
Yeah, AMM needed to make that touch. Unfortunately, Nutella was not in a position to get a touch either. Otherwise, you're going in front of your own net. So he laid off it as well. And Grassy just thrown off by the missed opportunity a little bit earlier. So JT Williams now surrendering a goal to Olympic. We got a close game. Ginger now pressing forward as well. AMM able to get that touch over to Grassy. That'll be a shot on two. Fortnite can't handle it. Luckily, Devine was in the right spot to just chip it over to the corner, but that'll still get possession right back to JT Williams. As now it's Grassy stepping up to the corner he goes. Ginger Ace able to tap it past one, but not two. Nutella able to shield it here on this wall. Good chip across into the box. And really putting the pressure onto Olympic here. This 50-50 is huge, and Grassy will eventually roll it under the car of the opponents in Olympic. As we're down to 30 seconds left in AMM, a chance to set it up again. Off the back wall, he'll go, and a challenge from Ginger Ace will kick it out to center.
These soft side ball touches are really being big for Olympic because if they are playing at the pace that JT Williams wants to play at, they're not able to recover. That's a back pass, and that's going to be waiting. Ginger Race takes control, gets it over Fortnite, and they're looking to get it over to Devine, looking to center it up, but they can't quite get it there. Fortnite has one extra offensive chance, and that's going to go very lateral from wall to wall. Do they keep it up? No. Ooh. We do, in fact, touch grass as we pass along into game 2 overtime. Olympic needs this one. They've not been able to find great success in previous series. Oh, a shot on target. That'll be saved early.
Yeah, Nutella able to just flip in time. It looked like he was knocked off his kills here, but there's nobody back for Olympic. Nutella just chips it across. Grassy met by Devine, still on the goal line, chipped out. As Fortnite able to keep them alive for now. Grassy turns, tries to beat Fortnite. Good challenge there to keep it out. Nutella back on it again, but the back wall is held down by Devine. He will try to find a teammate. They need to escape the zone. A big clear from Fortnite.
An open space, Fortnite looking for either ball or player, found neither, but forced the touch early, and that's going to be Devine with a big demo, as MMM will be able to drop into the ground. Grassy just trying to put this one into backfield space. They're not really opening it for anyone else. Nutella will rise to the challenge, running out of boost, and that's going to be something that's of concern. 1-on-2. Grassy comes out of their defensive box. Devine trying to waterfall that out from the top side corner. They're going to be able to get this big boost as well. But that's actually kind of rough. They were hoping to be able to get that over to Fortnite. Ginger Race to the corner. That's going to be a feed out. They do take responsibility for that next touch with more than a minute. Burn into OT. Ceiling down. This should be a drop. That's miscommunicated. Devine has to level up, and Grazzy's actually trying to punish.
Race, I mean, granted, a tough play, a tough touch, but was able to jump to it. I think that was a great point when he was able to bail himself out with a touch. That's responsibility at its finest here for Olympic. It's why they're able to hang with this stacked JT Williams team. Nutella back on it, though. Will challenge Ginger Race. He can't get to it. Fortnite will get a big clear back down the zone. A second touch in store for him. He goes corner to Bean, able to beat him to it, but this will just innocently play to the box where Nutella was waiting for it. And used a lot of boost on that challenge to do a whole lot of nothing because Olympic is able to get back on it themselves.
Or nearly at the 2-minute mark. Gotta worry about this positioning. They're very lateral of one another on this defensive rotation. Ginger Ace, he actually could get bumped on the rotation! And that's gonna be Nutella! You were calling him out here in game number 2. JT Williams will set themselves up onto match point. Ginger Ace needed to make that first touch the best one because as soon as they tried to trap it, it was just for too long. The bump comes in, the strike does as well. JT Williams is on match point.
I mean, the creativity of all the JT Williams participants or students in general. We talk about their STEM team all the time, coming up with creative presentations. We talk about, you know, all the things that they're able to do. And I think we have some guests here to some degree. What do we have going on? I think it's some students from JT Williams, yeah?
Yeah. We're here. We have an announcement to make.
We do. We have an announcement. This is your cue to get on the stream, Snore, right now. You need to be watching right now. All right.
Snore, will you make our night supersonic by air dribbling me to prom?
We're looking for the chat. We're waiting.
We got the chat up and running.
Come on, Snore.
Where you at?
No
Snore?
pressure.
Say something.
Do we get the response?
Come on, Snore. This better be coming in the form of an emote.
It's okay, take your time.
Don't be sleeping on a Snore.
Say something.
Come on, Snore.
What? There's no way he's not watching.
Okay, it's been guaranteed he's watching.
He's watching.
Okay. He's signing it. Okay.
In.
All right. So Bear, this is a 50-50 chance. What are you thinking about the likelihoods? Up, down? What are we thinking?
Oh man, I mean, you have to think that at this point, with such a curveball thrown, it might take a second to decide. But the obvious answer has to be Well, I guess we'll find out shortly here. It's all about the odds here, Hill Monkey Man. Will we get the response that we're looking for here in chat as he's signing in right now?
Watch him forget his two-factor authentication or something.
Bro. There's no way.
He's like he's scrambling into his email. Like, what was my password again? Oh no, I gotta reset my password. Snore, where you at?
Does Snore have the same username as they do? Like, he can't sign it. Of course.
Oh my god.
Of course.
He's fumbling the bag right now.
All right.
Message.
So, who else wants to go to prom?
Bear, you want to go to prom with me? Yeah?
Yes, I will go with you, Hill Monkey Man. Yes, 1,000 times yes.
Just ask after the third game.
Come back one after another. You come back, Nutella.
We'll be back next week. We'll try again.
Oh my goodness.
Awful.
Can you relay a message for him?
Oh, thank you, Isaac. I appreciate all the love in the chat.
Wow.
Gonna leave us on red, huh?
You could say that Snore was just asleep at the wheel, right?
That's 100% what it is. Gotta make this night supersonic, and right now he's run out of boost.
No, dude.
You better wave dash your way into the chat, Snore. Come on.
Do a speed flip or something.
Way to air drag this out, you know what I'm saying? Oh man.
Okay, well.
Okay.
Well,
we find out after game number 3. Yes. All right.
Yes.
We'll give you some time to get your life together and figure it out. We're going to see your response here right when you walk away, 100%. But love that they crashed the stream here for some pure entertainment value here. Hill Monkey Man, we didn't get to see your facial responses there. So what's the likelihood now that we haven't heard from Snore here?
You know, I think Snore is still going to keep trying, but they actually may say no. They may say, you know what? You weren't fast enough, so I'm gonna go with Nutella or something. So it's probably great. But I think we got some stems still to do for this one as well.
That's true. We got the Huskies coming in. Will they take advantage of their opportunity here and not Snore on this one? We'll check out their stem submission now.
Hello, Esports and STEM League. We are Huff High School, and this week we are reviewing JT Williams' app, Fraud Friend. They recently made a pivot from their old app idea to a completely new one centered around educating users on online frauds and scams. We really like this app's 6 easily accessible and straight-to-the-point buttons on the start page, which give users information on 6 different common scams in a short but useful way. We also like their UI combination of dark gray and orange colors, and we think that they go well together and make the top bar stand out from the rest of the page. This top bar looks very clean and basic, and it's easily usable. While this app's ideas and UI are standout and intuitive, there are many issues that these developers must sort out. First of all, at the bottom of the starting page, the text input box doesn't seem to work as intended, not displaying anything when the user types something into it. Also, they need to sort out their internet page on the Scam Spot page. It doesn't link to anything yet, plus it is very small, leaving tons of empty space on the page around it. We think that if you sort out these advanced internet searching features, they could provide extremely useful functionality to your app that cannot be found anywhere else. The idea of a service that allows users to receive guidance on very specific scams by comprehensively searching the internet for relevant information is extremely intuitive and creative. Also, we see potential for a forum-type feature in which users can submit messages about frauds they've experienced, helping to build a community on the app and increase user interactivity. Overall, this app has a very unique and intuitive idea, and if JT Williams sorts out all of the kinks and fully implements their visions, we believe that this app can go far and provide many users with a unique and useful experience like none other.
We continue into this amazing series that we've seen so far. Lots of dubs here on the JT Williams side. Perhaps one more in store, perhaps 2 more in store, and perhaps 1 in snore.
Look, I guess the only way to properly end this fairy tale is to make sure that both W's come at the same time, right?
That's
also,
it. Yep.
according to chat, they reviewed the wrong copy of the app. So who knows how that one may go? We'll get to see what the if the judges know better, if they've been paying attention from week to week. But right now, gotta see if Olympic is gonna be able to establish themselves early. They've not been able to find a lead in this game yet, Baron. You know they desperately want one.
Yeah, and they've proven that they can have that too. I mean, they've been keeping it close, and the last thing they need is JT Williams to jump out to the hot start, because then you're chasing the game from behind yet again. So, will they bounce back? Here's Fortnite and Dabine. Again, a bit of miscommunication. That's what haunted them in the later half of that game number 2. Hail Monkey Man continues here. If you keep doing that, JT Williams will make you pay, but look out. The other way they go, the shot, but going to be defended well by Nutella off that backboard.
I'm still dying because someone said this is why Huff has a 3% graduation rate.
Oh my goodness.
Either way, they're trying to be able to dive onto it. What a defensive stop by Ginger Rays. That next shot was coming forward, and Dabine looking for an extension as well. Maybe another one. Good redirect attempt, but that's going to be Grassy that finds their way above the ball. Same thing for Ginger Rays. And you see how consistently we're getting onto each of these shots for Olympic? This is the form we were missing. Nice takeaway by Grassy. They won't exactly get a nice challenging boom off of it. Everything's slowed down into the corner, and JT Williams, they seem to have been slowed down as well. A big challenge by Ginger Ace, but it's just been trade for trade on singular touches. Nothing of that secondary and tertiary attempt.
Every single time that Olympic has an opportunity, it's Grassy to shut them down. This has been a breakout game, but Nutella can't do it. Ginger Ace credited with this one. Just put it on net in a place where the defense can't get to it. It works out for Olympic. This time around, they've got the lead.
Put it behind them, right where they aren't able to rotate, and it has such enough speed, and it looked like it could be redirected by Bean, but they got to it first, just couldn't do much more. So JT Williams finally let Olympic through, but Olympic, they had to really kind of grind it out, and Ginger Ace, he gets tackled as soon as he gets a touch. But if they're going to be doing these jousting trades with one another, that means they have to find the best value off of the initial approach. Ginger Ace, he backflips, and he's got to chase this one and gain some composure.
Now this one will hang out the center. Nutella will eventually cycle around for it. And Grassy tried to get the touch to elude the defense, but nothing to it here. As now Dabine will cut it back down. Grassy will hold on to it. The challenge is there. It'll go high. It'll force Fortnite off the back wall, but he's done a great job to prove that he can handle that pretty well. Unfortunately, it's right back at him as Nutella's on it. AM did Shep up. Tried to get it past Ginger Ace. He's got a good touch on it as well. As Grassy with the back pass, and Dabine reads it. Olympic up 2-0.
What a beautiful challenge that was. Finally, taking advantage of the numbers game, they actually do climb immediately up, and Nutella had been so clean in the previous game, and Dabine is just looking for their position on the field that they could take the best advantage of. If anything, Dabine has just been very cerebral about where they need to be positionally, and that is something that JT Williams was taking advantage of off of Nutella. And then if you can beat Nutella, Grassy suddenly kind of becomes a one-horse race in this entire offensive venture for JT Williams. So great looks by Olympic right now with less than 2 minutes to go.
At it again, Grassy from this corner, try to challenge Dabine, holds on to it. The 50-51, but Nutella able to chase it down. He'll get a quick turn, but Dabine again all over it yet again. Grassy having to push it out to the side wall. Dabine, back wall, waterfall down. Nutella couldn't get to it. Grassy does. Grassy has been the difference maker here. Usually it's Nutella to bail them out constantly, but right now Grassy has at least given him a shot here in this closeout game, as Olympic has looked a lot stronger, but JT Williams continues to knock on the door as Nutella another chance forward. This one gonna go a little bit wide. Grassy challenged by Fortnite as well. AM back to it, and Dabine actually chips it backwards. Ginger Race, it'll handcuff him a little bit, and he's forced backwards himself. Good passing play. Oh, what a chip and 1-2 punch. JT Williams back within one.
You needed Nutella to find themselves again. They do so. Great kind of handoff between MMM and Nutella. Look, they were going to be on that shot regardless, but MMM is able to just get it a little bit more lateral for the pickup play. So JT Williams, they find one with 1:11 to go, and Olympic, they still have a lot of work to do. They better be sweating bullets because they need some extra effort. That's going to be Dabine put in an awkward position, but no extra follow-up. MMM is going to have to rotate back.
And around he goes. Nutella back out, chipped over to Grassy. Look out, Ginger Ace is forced onto it, but he was sideways, and now they're all being bumped towards the back wall. Nutella couldn't jump it across. And now AMMM tries to get back to it. Nutella, the challenge to Fortnite. This one will be down to Sinner and Grassy, able to play a bounce off the corner. And now Nutella, the shot, well handled by Devine to play it high, give his team time to rotate around into position. And now they've got a passing play out of the zone themselves as they look to press in forward. Two members of Olympic all the way forward. This is a dangerous, compromising position, and Grassy will take a shot. And Fortnite does eventually get back to it with 18 seconds left.
Fortnite made sure to calm everyone down after they kind of over-approached, and now Ginger Rice left in an awkward position. Luckily for them, Bean is in the box. Now the attack will be forthcoming. Grassy trying to be able to clear the box and get a bump, a bruise, or a demo, or anything, but they've been able to get it clear. That should be able to get it done. This is still airborne. 0 seconds to go. Looking for a kill. Stays on the back corner, but that's an entire pitch you have to travel. They, in fact, cannot get back to it as we go not further into match point. It will continue to be the advantage series lead for JT Williams, but Olympic grabs 1. 7 shots by Nutella, but they only get 1 on the board.
Yeah, it was just an onslaught of shots, but when Olympic is stepping up defensively like they were, 3 saves from Ginger Ace, 2 from Fortnite Expert, it just seems like it's difficult to get around it. Nutella didn't really generate the chances that we're used to seeing. His grade A chances were more around the B and C range, quite frankly. I mean, the shots were a little bit off the mark sometimes, and so it was very difficult to put anything past Olympic. So, again, we continue to see Olympic hang around and really give them a run for their money. I mean, Olympic seems like AAK might have amped them up a little bit after that loss earlier.
Yeah, this is a squad that really can be brought to a higher level. I feel like that they were just dealing with the aggression of Grassy, but there's one thing we've really got to talk about. What was Snore's answer?
We still haven't found out.
We still have no idea. Okay, we'll find that out one later. Maybe that's game 5. Maybe, hey, this is Snore on Risk's account. Yes, all the way yes. Look, if you can't see it, you're seeing it now. That's what it says right there. So
I am Snores. All right, we've got an answer. Come on. Let's see it.
You forgot password.
Forgot a password. I had to hound his coach in order to put him on this account in order to show you that that must have been like the thrill of his life saying, oh my gosh, I can't believe I can't respond right now.
Priorities.
Yeah.
So maybe try harder next time.
Yeah.
Wow. L, probably a skill issue. I think that's what everyone says these days, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, he said yes.
Let's go.
Congratulations. Let's go.
You know, better late than never, we always say in the industry here. So it works out in this instance. You know, the real question on everybody's mind is it still a yes from her after spending so much time trying to figure it out? It was a yes. It was. So not to leave you in the dark there. So all of that, you know, that anticipation, what is going to be the answer? It continues into the sim side as well as we have the judging coming up at you right now. Check out what the STEM desk had to say.
That's right, folks. Week 5 varsity STEM action. This time we're hopping over real quick to the app dev stream, and this one's pitting JT Williams Montessori versus Huff High. Let's start out here. JT Williams with the review of Huff's solar panel. This is QA, this is UAT, user acceptance testing, and the improvements on the look, the carbon calculator, I think were great points of feedback by JT. Add some pizzazz. I think that was just well said. Nice job on the checklist that you were providing. At the end, pause if you need it. That was great. That was so brilliant. You spent a lot of time putting that in, but you didn't waste it all on us. You gave us the punchlines in the view, and then the quick pause, you can pause on that screen, and then your opponent, Huff, can actually go and use those. I thought that was probably the moment of Week 5 QA UAT that encapsulated the spirit of it. And I say that without reading it. I didn't pause and read it. That's for the other team.
Yeah, I thought JT Williams always has amazing reviews, and they just throw all this extra stuff at you that's funny and keeps it engaging. Historical figures, our faces, whoever's face. Also that footprint, the carbon footprint, that looked like something that was so well designed that it should have been designed by Huff, but instead
They didn't design. There's no way.
well, JT.
I gotta assume they found that image on the internet.
Well, sure, but just the idea of
Yeah, I mean,
the
they
foot
did. Look, there it is.
print.
Bingo.
That's cool.
A lot of words.
Yeah. So I mean, I just thought JT Williams did a great job here. It reminds me of their game review of Seeks last year, last season.
Loved it. Let's move over to Huff. Their review of JT's Fraud Friend. It's good to see how it functioned from someone else. Again, this is the key of week 5. Weeks 1 through 4, your stuff is in your own hands. You can show us whatever you want to show us, and we don't know if it's real or not. That don't work in week 5 in QA and UAT here. The bugs, the text input, the internet page, I think those were great catches. But again, this was a pivot, so we know they're a couple weeks behind. These next 2 weeks in this sprint over spring break to week 6 where it gets launched to the public are going to be make or break for the JT team. And I think Huff called out some really important bugs there. The fraud forum idea also was strong. Customer originated content is going to be huge. What keeps people in there playing? I thought that was some pretty good feedback.
Yeah, I mean, it's really solid review of this and a lot of great ideas that, hopefully JT takes to heart. It's going to be really tough to score this. I'm almost leaning towards 2 for JT, but not quite. So 1-1 for me.
Good cop again. Well, I got to tell you, and I want to emphasize, so important these next 2 weeks to really buckle down. Teams are going to be made or broken in these next 2 weeks. With that being said, while this is a really tough one for me to say, I'm going 2 points JT up in there, and that's going to be 3 points JT, 1 point Huff.
So pretty even here. Credit to the Huff Huskies for being able to keep it close against the JT Williams team that's been absolutely killing it. But Hell Monkey Man, I think you put it best. The judges do a great job of, finding out where these students have been in the past, like these teams, especially the STEM side, and where they've been improving. And for me, I guess Huff High took a very strong step forward.
They did, but it ended up being a 3-1 win over to JT Williams, and
Still, yeah, I mean,
so even though they took great steps, you got to be able to see yourself in a better position. And so JT Williams, they had great presentation, great understanding of what Huskies have to do. But I mean, I like the versatility of both presentations. So JT Williams, they took a win before. Will they take a second one here? We've already seen 2 W's. Can they find a third?
We'll have to check it out. I mean, everything else has been answered. JT Williams, a win when it comes to the STEM side.
Oh.
And another great play is Grassy able to tap that one into the back of the net. So they've won STEM, and Snore has won a date to the prom, and now Grassy has won the 1-0 lead here early in game number 4.
When one competition, be it on the field or in the heart or in the mind. That's where all these are happening tonight. But that's one of those plays of, hey, yeah, you see me, and then just bang, redirect, cherry pick that they totally, quote unquote, meant to be in. So Grassy with the creativity, that's something that we got to see in game number 1, and that's something that needs to continue being as versatile as it has been in game number 4, because JT Williams needs to put this series away. Olympic, if they gain any ground, I'm sure they're going to be continuing to be that opponent that's so tough to get beyond.
Has Olympic forgotten their password in scrambling to the keyboard? Or will they land their date right now? JT Williams, open net. And so Olympic, they might be fumbling this bag as well. JT Williams goes up 2-0, and credit AMMMMM for turning on that one and being able to label that one with no defense to be found.
Bean, I don't know if they full-on thought that Ginger Ace was in rotation defensively, because they had to have seen Fortnite, and they thought maybe they would take a neutral 50 off of that ball, because they were the last man on that corner. So got to wonder about that one. That's a shot on target. Nutella will backflip to make sure that does kind of get ricocheted away. Great ground to air. Looking for a bump thereafter just to extend this one upfield. Grassy out of position, and that allows Dabine to at least get a free connection. And then the follow-up. Maybe a crash down again, but Grassy makes solid connection. And now this is a 3-on-none. They have to recover defensively. Olympic.
Very odd that Nutella was not in the right place, and really kind of didn't really have the positioning to play that across. So it took a little bit too much time to develop that play on a 3-on-0, and so we'll see if that comes back to bite them as Olympic is allowed the chance to hang around. As that bouncer will look to elude AMM, but no success there, and Fortnite able to play it all the way back down the pitch. Nutella forced backwards to get a touch, but does a great job to sell it to himself. There on the corner to push forward, he'll force Ginger Ace all the way back. Grassy already up, tries the angle, back wall covered, but Bean double committed, and Fortnite couldn't get a touch. Nutella, but he doesn't put his shot on. Instead, he'll go a little bit wide, and AM couldn't connect either. Ginger left just awkwardly going after it. Where's the defense? Nutella just allowed the chance to walk into the box, and JT Williams up 3-0 now.
This is when you've not only forgotten your password, but you try to get it back, but then you fall for a, what would it be? You fall for a phishing scam, and then you go put it in the wrong website. So,
yep.
rough position to be in. JT Williams, they find 3. So Olympic, the good news is if you get 3 in one direction, you get 3 in the other direction. So they have to find some level of success going in here, but they're not interconnecting into any of these 1-2 midfield passing plays or anything. JT Williams definitely is, and they're making the best use of pressure.
Only Olympic had an application for their phone that was able to call out the typical scams, they would have known it was coming in the first place. Oh wait, JT Williams did that as well. I mean, they have been doing everything so far tonight here. I mean, they're scoring prom dates, they're winning games, they're about to win this series too if Olympic can't get it together right now. But the Bean, good patience, but Nutella bails him out, being able to just be patient enough to tap that out to the corner. What a play.
I thought that maybe the Beam was going to fake their way just to a victory because I thought they weren't going to touch that last one at all. Nice passing play. That's going to roll through. There's still time. There's still a moment. There's 106 seconds still remaining, and Olympic finds 1. They make the best use of this. What a pass.
Yeah, it was just labeled perfect, you know, stretch into the box, and Bean was waiting for it. They've tried that a couple of times earlier in this game. That's the first time they've seen it connect. So will they see it happen 2 more times? Can they find a different way? Because you know JT Williams has now caught on to that gameplay, or at least you would feel that they have. We'll see if that's the case, though, as Fortnite's able to push it over, and Ginger's ready. He'll take a shot, and it's in! Wow, Olympic! Back within 1 before you know it.
Hey, look, this team can have some output. Great challenge onto Nutella, and MMM trying to rev their way up, and they take a stutter step before they decide, and by the time they do, it is too late. 93 seconds. How many was that? 13 since the previous? JT Williams, you got to put this series away right now because Olympic is gaining speed.
Yeah, and doing so at an exponential rate. That's a good pass, too. Oh, Depine circled around it, had plenty of boost, maybe didn't want to touch it. Instead, will play possession, knowing how important that can be late in these games. Depine up for it. Fake? No, Grassy able to get a touch. Ginger Ace the shot off the mark. Follow-up is defended well as Nutella was able to jump into the corner and get just enough to play it away. Down to a minute left. Here comes Olympic. Again, Nutella forced up. Good touch and control up in the air.
Nutella gonna try and moon boots bounce this one. Great takeaway by Bean. Now it's a one-on-one. They're gonna be able to get around MMM, but no, not able to get around him. This has been very awkward for JT Williams. Great passing play, trying to keep the continuation going. That's a bang! That's gonna be Nutella. Make sure to stay there. That one wasn't exactly on target. Does find their car, and they keep continuously crashing through, forcing these 50-50s, looking for another dunk, but Nutella rides that one off the crossbar as well. And as aggressive as Olympic has been, they've not been able to get around through or otherwise past JT Williams, and they need 1 score.
And JT Williams, so they look like they're just trying to coast to victory, and they know that's a mistake in the back of their minds. They let it happen against Ardrikel, who beat them in the finals last time at the LAN. That was a chance to close this all out, but instead, Olympic now will have the chance to push the other way. Fortnite around it, Depine out for a bump. Gracia with a save. He's done it again. They'll keep it alive now, but it hits the ground. JT Williams able to come away with this series by the skin of their teeth.
Ginger Ace was looking for power from the wall, and they were hoping it would be there, or at least maybe a teammate too, but they come up a little bit short. This one ends up the same way as the previous series, going 1-3 against JT Williams. So he ended up only, 2-6 in games on the night, and so they will end 0-2 in series today. But congratulations to JT Williams. They pull off the triple crown. They win the stem. They win the hearts of, I guess, a prom date, and they win it in 3-1 fashion in the series.
Incredible work from them to really kill it in all fronts. They might be a front runner to take on Ardrikel. I think they have been since the get-go, since Season 0, and they'll have their chance to do it eventually during the rest of this regular season. We have one more match here for you tonight, so you have to stick around. It'll be Independence and South Mech facing off after this quick break. Well, final match of the night here on the CMS Esports and Varsity STEM League. Wow, I messed that one up. It's been a very long night here on the channel. We've had love stories, we've had matches, we've had everything. But the last match here is Skimming and the gang of South Mech facing off with Independence Patriots to close us out. 2-2-2 teams. And they'll look to try and get to that 3-2 mark. Hail Monkey Man, you mentioned there's so many 2-2 teams. It's been a very even run so far in the leagues. What does it take for a team to really get past that hurdle and go to 3-2?
I mean, it's at this point you're seeing the mechanical execution really being a key. I mean, getting to see Olympic drop 2 series and against the other 2 undefeated squads that I can't wait to see find each other in regular season play if that were to happen. But they could be fated to go into the playoffs. But otherwise, yeah, it's so far it's not just been about being able to just hit the ball and just exist in these rotations, but it's also been about who can effectively play their individual game. And Independence, I like this squad. I believe that Sleet is going to have to be the mainstay that really kind of propels them forward. But South Mech, it needs to be talked about. They went to Game 5 and lost, but still Game 5 against the JT Williams squad that just beat Olympic, who was undefeated before their last 2 series. And they also went to Game 4 against Audrey Kell. So South Mech has a lot that they want to be able to get done. And I know you've been talking about Skimming all night.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see by this series alone. And he's gotten a lot of help this year as well, or this semester rather, as he's just been able to and allowed the chance to jump on things. But hold that thought, Silly off the bat is Independence up 1-0, and I don't mean it's a silly occurrence. It might be, but either way, Silly is put in the back of the net to give them the lead.
Is that the Grog?
It is.
Grog? Okay.
100% the Grog.
That is a beautiful work of just, it's travesty. Look at that thing. I think it has like a tomato hat. Maybe a crown. It's like glowing.
Tomato hat. And yeah, the Grog is basically a meme. Look at him. Oh my goodness. Skimmit has done it. Oh my. The Breezy able to flick that one in. 1-1. As South Mech gets one back.
I kind of believe you now. Maybe a little bit. Great mechs right there as they do, in fact, put it just beyond silly. What a great execution. This was what I'm talking about. When you have to have those players that are your Ginger Ace, are your Grassies, well, then they have to pop off and they have to show up. And now this is the moment. You've gone through a couple of weeks. You've suffered some rough losses. This is when those players start to really establish, okay, my team can make top 8, and I'm going to make sure they get there.
Look at her. See Hercules. I mean, one player will step up like Skimmit, right? And then suddenly the rest of the team wants to also play at that level. I mean, that's leading by example. That's, putting on a show and watching your teammates follow suit, right? It just all starts with one member playing at their best ability and really giving their 100%. You'll see the rest follow suit. And see Hercules with that ball control on the ground. We've been talking him up as well, as he's been a great addition to South Mech, in addition to them of obviously acquiring Skimmit from the College of Engineering as well to start Season 1.
Hayden, passing play, trying to get over to see Hercules. Oh my goodness, I did not think that was on target. Peyton, I thought they were just all of dropping this into the box for an opportunity, but that soft nudge from the wheels was actually able to just arc it downwards. So great job. And now, for the first time today, we actually get to see South Mech in the lead 2-1, but we're less than 3 minutes to go.
And what defines a good team? I mean, for South Mech, they're sitting at 2-2. But you mentioned it. They played the 2 most difficult, challenging teams to play. And that's an honest answer. I mean, they have really had difficult competition thus far. And so what makes a great team is that everybody's able to get involved. Skimmit makes those huge plays. He is going to be the one that we always call his name first for South Mech. But not every play has to go through Skimmit. Sure, he has additional plays, like you just saw there in that one. But again, in that second goal, it was all about that angle from Peyton. And even see Hercules was there to follow it up too. Skimmit goes back to work as well. All 3 members of South Mech always firing.
You can have an individualistic approach as well as a teamwork approach, and then that allows adaptation for a really deep team, because you've seen the attempts and then the completions by Skimmit, and then you've been able to see both C. Hercules and Peyton be able to support him. Look how they're on the wings, full confidence that Skimmit is going to be able to get these touches, and then they start rotating through. Nice softball. Will they crash the net? No, not at this current juncture, but still, just the safety net they provide for these players to be able to pop off. They have Grand Champs and Champ 3s onto this team, and there's a reason why they've been able to really elevate to that level. They've got their reps and their mechs underneath them. Skimmit going for a hat trick, and they're going to be given one, I guess.
It's silly. Kind of helped it along its way. But yeah, Skimmit with the hat trick, and I mean, that's an awkward angle to come off of that wall from, right in that little moment when the wall curves up. Typically, it's hard to jump off that little side. But apparently he got just over the threshold in order to jump off that sidewall and get the goal. Peyton, as well, adding to his goal count. He'll get the 2, and he's looking for the hat trick himself in this next sequence.
Nice little push. Good, the good wave dash right off the kickoff. Didn't even have to speed flip, just kind of whoop whoop. Got there first, and that's a bang. So less than 2 minutes ago, South Mecklenburg has been able to really quiet the Independence Patriots, who we got to see do fairly well in their previous STEM matchup, but this one going much different. See Hercules, after that big back pass, will try to disrupt it and does so. Sleet doesn't come up with the touch, and now Peyton just playing with time and the ball. Silly, okay, they're living up to their name. They got a dollar sign antenna. I mean, extension here will give them an extra chance. I mean, that is such a golden card. Just beautiful.
It is, with the crown, of course, to bring everything together and really speak about that royalty, which will need to come in handy here. See Hercules able to bury that one too. So it is the god Hercules able to go over the king of Silly in order to make that happen. Skimmett set him up, of course, and Flowing just not able to get that touch, and South Mech allowed to do what South Mech does and continuously press on, looking for the Brazil here in this next chance with 1:13 remaining. And off the kickoff, the speed flip will help out Peyton to jump it forward, and the shot on the far side from Skimmett will bring that into reality.
You know what's really kind of wacky is that this was tied at around the 3-minute mark. And 2 minutes since, things have gotten a bit out of hand. When we hit Brazil, you realize, oh, okay, it's going to be that kind of game. But we see that's at the pro level as well. Sometimes there's just a separation factor that just happens, and it goes and snowballs. And it's both explainable and unexplainable because team just kind of leans the wrong direction, and South Mecklenburg is going to take advantage.
Yeah, they've really stepped it up. I mean, we talk about snowball and sleet appropriately. Also ice themed. Just wasn't able to get to it. It made a big save there earlier, and so you see those signs that maybe he's going to take at least a little bit of the lead here for Independence, and just haven't seen it from the Patriots quite yet. The Sabres have had full control here. And we can't say that we haven't expected it to some degree. Yes, Independence have had some big wins. In fact, remember, they're the team that 3-0'd Rocky River, a team that we saw and talked up earlier in the broadcast. So this is not a sleeper team by any means, but I mean, the way South Mech has been playing, their 2 losses coming to the best 2 teams in the league, you had to expect this to some degree.
Yeah, I can't wait for them to go and play against Olympic. I don't know if that's going to happen in regulation time. This could be a breakaway. Looking for the Barcelona. Hey, we get to travel all over the world. We go from South America to Europe, everything looking nice and clean, but we go from end to end. So Independence, they right now need to really take this as a learning process and be able to move into game number 2, because South Mecklenburg, I mean, they took on 2 of the top 3. They came out very close against them, and I want to see what they can do against that 3rd one now that we kind of have established some of the pecking order with Olympic waiting for their recovery week time. But Independence, well, they let this 82 happen, and I need them to be able to keep it a little bit closer. But otherwise, South Mecklenburg, keep doing what you're doing. Mechs are popping off.
Yeah, they have absolutely stepped it up, and it's one of those teams that, they'll beat really a gatekeeper team right to the top 4, in my opinion. Yes, that South Mech versus Olympic, that combination, that match is going to be one to watch, because those teams are so dead even and really are identified by the fact that it's a team that you have to beat to be considered in the top 5. And so we'll see if Independence is up for the task here. Game 1 didn't go their way, but they have plenty more time to work on that themselves. And so we're all done on the STEM side for Stream A. If you want more of that STEM fix, you'll have to go to the B channel in order to check that out. But we'll head into game number 2 now of this series here. The teams, they're eager to go. They said, let's get into it. 5 minutes on the clock. Let's hit it.
They want to get out there. Want to get it going. Want to get it happening. South Mech. Want to see if they, just get their score and maybe try for some high-level stuff. We did get to see Independence have a very tight-knit game against them in the first couple of minutes. That's something that we need to see, and that was the challenge game, and they were just slowing down South Mecklenburg. If that can happen for the entirety of this game, then we've got a ball game. But that first one was just too good, and they've allowed too much airspace to be dominated by the Sabres. Is that their mascot, the South Mecklenburg Sabres?
That's correct.
That's
South
sick.
Sabres.
I love that mascot name. That's cool.
Yeah, they were our rivals when I was in high school at Providence High. So I didn't appreciate the Sabres as the team across the field, but what I did respect was their cool name. Yeah, you're right. It's Sabres are great. I think they're giving the Rocky River Ravens a run for their money as far as the school mascots go.
Look, alliteration is like one of my favorite things in life. So yeah, whatever administrator decided that, great job. You done good for your students. And so far, doing good outside the first minute. We're still scoreless, and that's a great improvement for Independence. But that shot is going to have to hit the sidewall. Silly comes up with that one, so the possession doesn't just go straight to another South Mech offense.
On it is Peyton will leave it for Skimmett, as he was a bit backwards. And although you want to play that ball, obviously, you know, the only way you can play it is backwards. A little touch pass backwards might have helped in that situation, but at the same time, you don't want to risk it, I guess. Sleek got way up high, all the way to the ceiling to make that touch. Try to get it away from South Mech's booming offense that we've seen in the past. Just like we saw in game number 1, we saw so much pressure. And now see Hercules struggling with it. They still flick it up, but Skimmett out of nowhere to make a big save. And Independence hasn't really challenged South Mech the way we just saw, so we haven't seen Skimmett have to make those saves, but we know he's capable.
Very true, and you know that he wishes there was a little bit less power in that next touch. And okay, we were looking at demos just a second ago. How did this go in? Silly got a score. Just everyone was dying. Hey, if everyone else is getting demoed, that means the net is free.
Yeah, it's wide open for Independence. They'll definitely take it against South Mech. If they're going to make those mistakes, you have to score and make them pay. So now Independence up top. The Patriots look to really challenge the South Mech team, who didn't seem challenged in game number 1. Been a whole different ball game here, as you see Flowing confident in his challenges too. Peyton was forced off the back wall, almost missed that. And if that was the case, it could have easily been an Independence 2-0 game, as Sleet will hold on. Good back pass from Peyton. Look at this touch passing. Now see Hercules up to Skimmett. Oh, what a play! As South Mech go tic-tac-toe and have tied the game at 1.
Great control, good passing all the way around. Hercules recognizing that they are going to be challenged and they have to be able to outpace Silly, and that's why they got to force Skimmett to go to the outside of the box. And then when you just carry it away, Silly can't catch up. So this is the exact same amount of time. Oh my goodness. See, Hercules will be able to get this one, but this is relatively the same amount of time before South Mecklenburg started popping off in game 1.
Yeah, it's exactly right. For some reason, 2:45 left in the game is a trigger for South Mech. They come alive suddenly just before halftime and say, hey, okay, this is a team that we need to close out. Again, the moral of the stream, or the theme, overall arching theme of this stream has been, you have to win the games, especially at this 2-2 mark, right? You have to win the games that you're quote-unquote supposed to win, right? And on paper, South Mech is listed as the team that should walk away, and perhaps that's what they'll do as they continue to try to press. I mean, credit Independence for giving it a challenge along the way, though.
Aiden for a little bit of extra dribbling, and yeah, this is a squad that should be in front of Independence and is currently, but these are also silly antics that are happening out in open field space. Silly just finds, you know, any of this grass surrender to him. He's like, okay, well, I'll go for it, and Skimmett just a little too aggressive on the pop. So Independence evens this one up, and even though you should beat some teams, sometimes those teams will force you to play down to them.
100%. I mean, you know, were the Patriots supposed to win the battle for the North American continent? Maybe not. Continent, rather. But they hung in there. They were able to win regardless. Will they be able to stay true to their name? Right now, Sleet has a good chip pass 1, but Peyton all over that challenge as well. Flowing to hold. Now to the corner, Peyton, again, to tap it back down. It's a good pass, Skimmett with a shot, but Silly was able to knock it away with that big grog. As, gotta go back to the grog. I mean, appropriate name for such a big car. You know, you talk about the grog. And just making big use of it there to shield the ball away from any would-be defenders.
Saying grog just almost makes you gargle. Grog, 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 grog.
But it's like perfect, right?
Yeah, no.
It's just the shape of the car, it just makes sense completely.
Need some Pog Frogs for the Grog Frog out here. See if they'll be able to get Independence any extra momentum. They have a minute coming up. South Mechlin is still tied with them. Maybe they're just playing this one a little bit closer to the vest. Can't quite get that dunk on target. Skim is going to keep around, and they're actually going to take a one on Mini, and they are winning these touches, trying to be able to just straight up do the dirty work themselves. But with 50 seconds to go, we could have an OT looming, especially off that demo. Flowing Rapiers be able to swish their way and flick two, and that's actually a collision into that rotation. Sleet is there. It's a bit untimely as Silly was trying to be able to dime him up.
Continuously just pressuring him, get in their face, right? Make it difficult for South Mac. Why not? See Hercules will try and work it in. 30 seconds left. Silly doing a great job to keep it close. Flowing able to get a touch out. Sleet's already prepared to get the next touch here. Could not quite get to it though as he missed, and Skimmett left with it, and he'll clear the zone.
Some of these bumps are turning into opportunities. That's a sidewall bounce, and that's going to be Flowing Rapier. They are using all the dexterity they can be able to manage. Now Skimmett, passing play over to C Hercules, but it does not connect, so C Hercules has to commit a little bit too far laterally. Now this could turn into a late-term shot opportunity.
Oh!
It will stall at the low side of the wall. That near side post is a bit too thick, and that ball will crawl low. So 2-2 into OT here. Game 2 doesn't end early. Looking for the double tap. The put away ain't there.
And Skimmett up to follow though as he's got the zone, and he'll touch it once. Will it be twice? Flip reset? No, but it fakes them out. Oh, and you give him so much respect. And so you know that he's going to get the next touch until he doesn't. And then it just loosely plays into the back of the net, and Skimmett, he actually meant it. What a fake.
That's so unfortunate too. Flowing Rapier had been so sure-handed for the majority of that game that when I saw that, I was like, okay, it's going to be a little bit awkward, especially as it bounces slower into the box off of that frontside bumper touch. But I swore they had an opportunity of just going to be able to get that read. Skimmett is a tricky one, but even trickier still is going to be the likes of the squad going in South Mac to a 2-0 series lead. And this was an independent squad that kept it very, very close in this game.
Yeah, they really did. They've been sticking around. They showed it in the first minute of game number 1, and really for a majority of that game, they kept with it. Silly has been a large part of that too. So credit him coming in, and I don't think he's been a part of the roster for the entirety of the season. So coming in and making a difference here has been great. I think he maybe in week 2, week 3 might have had some time off, and now back to it and looking pretty good. Independence has been decent until they lost the last 2, but again, that was against Olympic and Garinger respectively. Those are arguably top 5 teams. Independence making a name for themselves. They might be able to hang out with South Mech, but can they force a game number 4? We'll find out after this game.
Is it all of a less than executing level fluke? They bring the third man. The shot will be a little bit slow. South Mechlin, they play with their food or they get the job done early. This game kind of dictates a little bit, but they are also just taking great pains to be able to elongate it for as long as they can. They can have the extra competition reps. First 30 seconds is a ton of pressure. As Silly, like you called out, has been responsible for a lot of good shots, chances, and otherwise keeping Independence in the series, but South Mechlin continues to rotate as if they just have full field control.
And now Skimmett the next up in that rotation in order to press forward. Silly took a while to get there, and so Skimmett played the 50-50. Noldo plays back towards their own end. Peyton was ready for it. So is Flowing Rapier to get it right back. Now they're bumping over at one another, and that one will actually chip out. And see Hercules, the last man back, had a little bit of trouble trying to corral it. He was able to eventually get to it and skim it back out of the zone. He'll try to press forward. Sleet beats him to it. Now let's see Hercules and Peyton make a decision. Good comms to eventually get back to it. And that's a good cut. Past one. And a demo to free up a little bit more. And this one will locate back down. See Hercules couldn't read the waterfall. Otherwise, that would have been one of the best plays we've seen all night.
There was a 3-man parade of all Independence players chasing down Skimmett as they were trying to bully Silly. And that just didn't happen. Now Skimmett is doing a bit of the bullying on the opposite end now as they just went 2 touches, get it around Silly, great car control, and then just the follow-up touches are so smooth.
Yeah, number 1, the pre-flip to get that first touch to beat a defender before they even knew that he could get there. And then number 2, I don't know if you saw that little fancy move after the goal on the celebration. A little bit of a 360 action. and in a half whip as well. So throwing in some style points perhaps to try to win South Mech, in 2 categories, aka trying to close out here in the series and to show off a little bit and make sure that other teams have heard from South Mech here in this league, and a lot of them have already. And in fact, Independence, if they don't hurry up and get into it, because we know the 240 mark is coming, and South Mech is only going to get better.
South Mechlin, I think that they have established themselves as easily somewhere in the range of top 4 or 5. I think that they have a great chance to be able to challenge the upper echelon of squads. I just want to see if they have that consistency to keep that for the remainder of the season. That one will be a bang on target. How in the world does it keep being silly?
Because it's the Gronk. I'm telling you, decides it's everything. Has anybody ever come up with a meme that's called Groggers? And if not, why not? Because that's exactly what that play was right there.
It's Groggers in the chat.
Can we get a Groggers in the chat? Yeah, absolutely.
Groggers in the chat, please. So, okay. All right, you know what? And try to do it again. What? I have never seen... Look, this is like watching someone be so good in a Scarab. I'm not going to lie. That's exactly what I feel right now.
No, he didn't. Yes. The royalty continues. Flowing Rapier, I mean, credit him and see Hercules. Thought he had time, and still he said, nah, I'm good. I got the car size. I'm going to just toss that right back in the back of your net. I mean, that's something else. It's not something you see every day.
That is two cinder blocks glued together with hopes and prayers trying to hit a ball, and they're doing it so well. No one... Oh my goodness. Silly. Okay. All right. So Silly being super serial about trying to be able to stay in this series, and they grabbed 2 all their own in the past 30 seconds or so. South Mechlin, you know they want to pop off. They get a couple of clips if they can, and they've been effective when they can find each other in open space and win these 1-on-2s. Skimmit has been able to win 1 versus minis, and that's a big demo as C. Hercules is trying to thin out the would-be counterattack.
Blowing, able to toss this one back to Sleet. That's a good setup. Impact, this will be back wall. Peyton, back punch, that's in front of the net. Sleet will clean that up. Independence up 3-1 now.
What is this? Sleet just taking advantage of the opportunity, and Peyton could not get the read, overrunning the touch from the back wall. So anything that Independence can grab, be it a challenge, be it a follow-up, they are doing it right now, and South Mechlin is letting a little bit of hubris get in their way. So clean that up. Otherwise, we're going to be going to game number 4.
That's right. I mean, you remember the quote, don't be silly, I'm still going to send it? Well, if that's actually backwards. If you're silly, you are going to send it. And so is Independence. But South Mech right back at you as soon as you know it. It's Skimmit again. This time to pull them back within 1. Of course, when you're South Mech in a closeout game, you look towards your leaders in order to lead the way.
Skimming it off the top right there is Skimmit as they are able to just barely get that flick over and especially escape what could have been a demo from that near side wall. So 94 seconds to go. Do they leap and bound from the kickoff? They try. Peyton looking for an extra opportunity, maybe from a passing play. Skimmit is just full on the flipper. He's looking for the dunk, and then for the follow-up. And Peyton is just actually out in no man's land, trying to maintain this one upfield. So a couple of chances go by the wayside, and then Peyton with an extra opportunity. Hercules looking for one of their own. Skimmit will come straight through, but this is a dive out by Sleet. Silly is killed, which means we won't have another Silly Grogs shot, but instead, this is just a push forward. See, Hercules has just been demoing this whole time. Shot on target, and Sleet just can't get behind it. We're tied at 3 with just over a minute to go.
Yeah, never count South Mech out of a game, especially not when you have plenty of time left on the clock and it's past the 240 mark. We've discussed this already. We already knew that they were coming at them, so credit Independence again to take a big lead. But South Mech right back at you again. And Skimmit didn't even wasn't even a part of that last play. That's what I'm talking about. Anybody can step up in any moment. Skimmit now will look to try and challenge Sleet here, Flowing Rapier, to just try and play it back towards their end. Peyton, again, trying to hold on and get this 50-50 out. The demo won't do a whole lot, although Skimmit almost caught going for boost there. If Sleet had put that on target, that would have been a difficult situation for the defense of South Mech.
Definitely could have been. With 30 seconds coming up, Skimmit looking for a back pass, and see Hercules just looking for heads to roll. They get another one. They're looking like one of your buddies out there. All the demo fiends that they could be. Peyton trying to work against Silly. See Hercules for once goes after a ball instead of the player and looking to try and get a quick rollover to maintain it. Skimmit asking for assistance, and that's going to be a save. It ricochets off the post. We got 10 seconds coming up.
They almost used Skimmett to throw it back towards the net, but now more demos here from the side of South Mech. See Hercules trying to get them off the field, off the pitch. Right now, Skimmett will keep it high. Sleet holds onto it. He wants a challenge here, but it will hit the ground. Independence has at least held them off enough to head into overtime.
Skimmett, how long will this overtime be? It's the one thing that we haven't really seen too long of just yet. They were able to make short work of the last one. South Mechlin, they don't want to turn this into anything but a 3-0 sweep, and they're just having a good time doing it, but Independence is hard working, looking to get to this ball. See, Hercules is just bulldozing Flowing Rapier away. It becomes a 2v2 on the opposite side of the pitch, and that's going to eventually become a Flowing Rapier being demoed. Now, with good ball control, Skimmett with the dribble out into open field space. They don't quite get the big boost, and so they will turn away and leave it for C. Hercules, and they're going to start trying to dime this up to Peyton.
You can't leave him that much time. Oh, it's off the post. Can they get to it? No, Silly back out. South Mech, when they're allowed that much time, Independence is about to give it away. If they continue that, they need to challenge quicker. Sleet does a good job to challenge there as he turned on that one on the wall. But Skimmett, in a 1v1 situation, needs somebody to step across as the Independence defense they do. And Silly will push it right back out. This will hit ceiling, bounce back down. Silly was actually given the boost, enough patience to pull it back down and flick past one of the opponents. And although it's there in the box in the slot, it was beat to it by the defender. And now see Hercules, offside wall, will leave it. Skimmett will get the next touch. It's an awkward one where he has to get back to it, and a bit of a double commit here, but Skimmett back on it nonetheless, and this will pop high. Somebody needs a touch off this back wall, and Silly does enough to kick it out the center.
As me, a demoed Sleet, so if the counterplay happens, they could actually just punish. Sleet will be there on the back line. Payton with a shot on target. That's going to go crossbar out. Sleet so lucky that didn't go back in as they came from the outside of the ball, facing their own net. Skimmett with a putback pass. Hercules will dive. Payton with a last man forward, and they will strike, but that forces Sleet into a 50-50. 2 minutes approaching into this overtime. Flowing Rapier trying to joust against Skimmett, and they just won't be able to move very far beyond. 2 minutes and more. And, I mean, Bear, this is all about South Mechlin just looking for their goal.
Yeah, they're trying to choose their moments. You know, in Independence, that's an opportunity for them to step up in the moments that maybe South Mech are able to take advantage of, but you're right. I mean, it feels like a matter of time before they're able to break through. And right there it is. Peyton, the shot, it's in. South Mech will close out in 3. But not because Independence didn't give it their all. They forced 2 minutes and 20 seconds into overtime. But South Mech will finish on top.
Gotta feel bad for Flowing Rapier in a couple last moments. That one, they wanted a lot more power, but when you make a clear out into center space, you're basically giving a free look to South Mechlin to be able to take that strike. So they find a triplicate of 2 shots each, but it just didn't pan out to being a 4th goal to make it past South Mechlin. And South Mechlin, they will 3-0 sweep on the night. And you know what, Bear? That's the final one of this evening of CMS.
That's right. It was such a roller coaster ride. I mean, we've had our ups, we've seen some downs, we've seen some snores, sleeping on some proposals. But however, we do end on a positive note for both teams, I feel like, because Independence, I think everybody counted them out of the series to not really, you know, push and challenge South Mech, and I think quite the opposite happened in a couple of games. Because when South Mech was already favored pretty heavily and then was able to win by like large gravity in game number 1, it could affect lesser teams to say we're out of the series and our heads aren't in it anymore. And for Independence, they just got progressively better and kept challenging South Mech even more so towards the end.
Yeah, and I think South Mech has an argument to be able to get into that 3 through 5th spot. So the fact that Independence did keep them in check a couple times, especially early in the game, they did make sure that they are at least there on the radar. Now the problem is making sure you exist the entirety of a game. So South Mechlin got the job done. Independence, they're going to go back to the drawing board. It goes 2-3-3-2, and that's the end for week 5. That means there's 3 weeks left of this competition, Bear, and it's getting tighter and tighter at the upper end of the leaderboard.
That's right. It continues to be that tight race, and that's what's happening. When everybody's basically at 2-2, yeah, you might have moved to 3-2, but that just means that it's almost more important when you're at 3-2 to now work to 4-2 and really stay in the race at this point in time. And there's so many teams in that threshold. We'll see if they can continue to get it done. Every single one of these teams who is able to work their way up top. And I mean, we have our predictions here, but you never know. CMS League will always throw some curveballs. And Hail Monkey Man, first time on the A stream hanging out with me here on the CMS League. I appreciate you joining me here for this one.
My first time ever hanging out with you ever. You never invite me over. So thank you so much to be able to cast alongside yourself as well, as we got to see all the fun over here. I didn't realize you guys were doing prom proposals. This happen every week? Oh my gosh. Look, Mr. Bepic will have me kindly next time, depending on if we make sure that no dogs are biting into discounts. But if you have me back, I'll also come back here, just wherever you need me.
Yeah, absolutely. Just make sure that when Mr. Bepic asks you that you don't forget your email password. Anyways, I digress. Thank you so much for tuning in to Wednesday Night Lights here on the CMS Varsity Esports and STEM League. I said it correctly this time. We wish you all a good night. Take care.